Good morning, Colorado. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is December 20th. This is our business agenda. We will start with a roll call.
Thank you. Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner McGowan,
Here.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath, Commissioner Ray, Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 of 7 commissioners present.
Excellent. Good to see everybody. Happy holidays. We will start with commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have comments for the good of the cause? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just letting everybody know that we had our last community meeting. We had a virtual town hall last night. I think at one point we had 71 people. And I appreciated everyone's attendance, and we had some good feedback. And Commissioner Cross and I will be providing feedback to the commission on January 10th, I believe, about everything that we heard from the town hall meetings in the communities that we went to and from the virtual. And a lot of it is aligned with what we heard through the informal, written, and oral dockets. But I think there's some new stuff, and we're looking forward to sharing it with you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner McGowan, and to you, Commissioner Cross, for leading the effort on those matters. We appreciate being able to divide and conquer and all the great work that we're doing. I appreciate the leadership there. Other commissioner comments? Great. Seeing none, we move to consent agenda. Does anyone have questions with regard to what is on our consent? Seeing no questions, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve consent. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we've got several OGDPs on our agenda today. We start with docket 230500141, an oil and gas development plan by the applicant PDC Energy. We do have 5 public commenters on this matter. If I've got that right, Hearings Manager Thomas?
On PDC, there should be no. I apologize. Could you please repeat the
I'm
statement?
sorry, I was trying to figure out, I know we've had some folks signed up for public comment, but it's not on the, it's on the 0157 and the 247.
Correct. On the Crestone OGDPs, we have public comment. We do not have any public commenters for the PDC Cameron OGDP.
Great. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Thanks for helping me out. With that, I believe we would recognize Mr. Maxey from Weld County to provide public information from Weld County on this matter. Good morning, Mr. Maxey.
Good morning, Chair Robbins, and good morning, commissioners, staff, and everybody else who's online this morning. Again, Jason Maxey with Weld County, and happy to be here with you this morning to speak for a couple minutes about the Weld County 1041 WOGLA process, answer any questions you may have, and talk about some of the important factors that played into Weld County's review of the PDC Cameron 2 OGDP that is before you this morning for consideration. To start off, the 2A comments were submitted from our department to the ECMC for all 4 locations that make up the Cameron 2 OGDP on November 9th of 2023, so very recently. The Cameron 2 OGDP is part of PDC Energy's Guanella CDP, which was approved by Weld County in November of 2022. In Weld County's opinion, just to reiterate a little bit about our process, CAPs, or what we call CDPs, are good planning tools. From our perspective, we're able to gain further insight into future development plans. We're able to consider full development areas when looking at cumulative impacts or infrastructure type of items. From the public standpoint, they also create a public record of full phase development, which helps to prevent future land use conflicts, whether that's with members of the public that are looking to develop property, or whether that's our planning department that's considering other permits that they receive. We're able to see on a larger scale development as a whole, which helps out from a land use perspective. Once overall CDPs, along with the siting that goes along with that overall plan of the specific locations, once that's been approved through Weld County and through our hearing process, the operator then submits site-specific 1041 WOGLA information, which details a lot of elements that are very specific to individual locations. So we don't do a blanket cookie cutter requirement for each location within the CDP. We still take that individual look for all locations within CDPs. This is intentionally, and this information is intentionally submitted closer to the time of construction for these specific locations to avoid the need for multiple sundries or changes as technology advances. Construction of an oil and gas location authorized by our CDP process will not and shall not commence until our staff has issued a determination that, based on site-specific information submitted, the proposed location and specific BMPs for that site are consistent with the information provided in the CDP application, and that it's also compliant with the requirements of Weld County Code. Site-specific conditions of approval, or COAs, may be included with the determination from our end when necessitated by changes in the code or the surrounding land use. As long as the site-specific 1041 WOGLA does not introduce any significant changes to a location, such as moving the location or expanding the surface disturbance of the individual location that was approved under the CDP, the site-specific details will be approved through an administrative process. Each of the oil and gas locations under the Cameron 2 are at different stages with Weld County. So I wanted to take a minute and detail where they are at with us right now. And so as we go through them, the Wyndham, which is the 5N67W24 1-46 location, that specific location has completed the Weld County process and was permitted, administratively approved, and published in the Greeley Tribune on September 20th of 2023. The Booth State 5N67W25 1-24 location, that site-specific application was submitted to us on October 31st, 2023. This application is currently undergoing our internal processing and review. And then both the Bona State 5N67W36 1-24 and the Bona State Facility 5N67W36, both of those site-specific applications were actually received yesterday, December 19th, 2023, and they are undergoing our review at the time right now, and we will be working with PDC to move towards a finalizing process on those. One other important item to note, because I know this has come up in the past, is notification to the public regarding construction or moving forward with these locations. So even though the CDP process as a whole for the entirety of the development, we had a public hearing for that last year and public notice went out for that, there still are code requirements in Weld County Code that stipulates that the operator notifies members of the public, building units that are within 2,000 feet of the Weld County defined oil and gas location within a certain time frame prior to construction. So there still is notice to building unit owners, if there are any in the area, prior to construction. So the operator, regardless of these being individual site-specific applications, they still have to follow those code required notifications. I just wanted to mention that. So to wrap up real quick, while Weld County has no concerns with the pending ECMC OGDP in front of you, and while we would recommend support and for approval of what's in front of you, we do still need to go through our process to finalize the ones that I mentioned. And we obviously are reviewing the site-specific details for determination of compliance with development standards of our code and applicable Weld County code requirements. So with that being said, I hope that helps out a little bit and tells you where we're at with the OGDP that's in front of you all and where they are at individually with us. And as always, be happy to answer any questions that the commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Appreciate the comments. So a little bit unique, we're going ahead of Weld County, but you don't see any extenuating circumstances or concerns with regard to the proposals?
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, we don't. And again, the reason why we can be confident in saying we don't see any concerns is there are very definitive milestones or on and off ramps, if you will, that help us determine if we're going to have any concerns that are major concerns up front or not. And again, some of those major concerns are moving a location. They are adding wells to a location that was proposed through the CDP process, expansion of a location. So we receive definitive enough information at the time of the CDP that, again, the sites within the CDP for Weld County, those are locked in. Those are the sites. And so unless the operator changes one of those major criteria that I just mentioned, we don't have any concerns with receiving that site-specific information that's within those locations, because in essence, those locations have already been approved through the hearing officer and the CDP process. All the site-specific information, such as lighting requirements or noise requirements, they go through the normal process, and an operator such as PDC has been through that process enough with Weld County that, again, we can say that we're confident that those items are adequately addressed, and that there is good dialogue between our department and that operator to address any type of questions that we may have. And so that's why we feel confident that we can say at this stage here, even though we're reviewing a couple site-specific locations as mentioned, we would still feel confident as far as recommending your support for what's in front of you today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Maxey from the panel? All right, seeing no questions, Mr. Maxey, we'll let you go for the time being. Talk to you potentially later. We now will recognize Ms. Wazelinski.
Yeah, Chair Robbins and Commission, you know how to get a hold of me. I'll stay on as long as I can, but if you have any questions, please text me or get a hold of me and I'll jump back on. If I don't get back on, this is the last meeting of the year. I believe that Weld County has an OGDP in front of you, so I just wanted to take this moment to wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and talk to you all soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxey.
Thank you.
Heartfelt feelings back to you and the folks over in Weld County. Ms. Wazelinski, I see your witnesses have all visualized themselves, as has AAG Mercer. We will do the swearing ins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the panelists. I believe most of you are familiar with this process, but what we'll do is go one at a time in the order you appear on my screen, and I'll ask you each to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Mr. Dennison.
Doug Dennison, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Manning? Oh, you're on mute. I'll keep going down the line while you sort that out and come back to you. Mr. Intagliata?
Adam Intagliata, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Kraish?
Brett Krejci, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. DeRose?
Brian DeRose, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Keller?
Michael Keller, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Svensson?
Natalie Svensson, I swear to tell the truth.
All right. And Mr. Manning?
Yes.
Yes, we got you.
Marcus Manning, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Wazelinski, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. We just have a PowerPoint I'll bring up before I get started. Perfect. All right, well, good morning again, Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Wazelinski with Jost Energy Law, and with Jamie Jost, we represent PDC Energy in the Cameron 2 OGDP before you today in docket 2305-00141. I would like to thank Mr. Maxey for his comments this morning and Weld County for its participation through the WOGLA CDP process and its support of the 4 locations subject to this OGDP. And we would also like to thank ECMC staff and the director for their efforts on this OGDP and the Guanella CAP. Next slide. I'll take just a few minutes to summarize the Cameron 2 OGDP and requested relief before I turn it over to the PDC team. So the Cameron 2 OGDP proposes 3 new well pads and 1 new facility to develop a total of 94 horizontal wells within 2 amended drilling and spacing units and 2 new wellbore spacing units, totaling approximately 4,869.65 acres for the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, and Carlisle formations. The 4 oil and gas locations subject to this OGDP are within the Guanella Comprehensive Area Plan, approved by the Commission on December 8th, 2022, via Order 407-3416, and were granted preliminary siting approval. The review of the Cameron 2 locations falls under Rule 604B2, which provides an exception to the 2,000-foot setback established by Rule 604B when the Commission approves preliminary siting in a CAP. There's 1 RBU within 2,000 feet of the Wyndham pad, the Booth State pad, and the Booth State facility, and no RBUs within 2,000 feet of the Bona State pad. The team will describe the extensive notice and engagement with all surrounding residents as part of the Guanella CAP and this OGDP in the presentation today. And finally, pursuant to Rule 314B5B, PDC was not required to submit a duplicative ALA for each Form 2A. However, the team here today will describe the alternative location analysis and the protective BMP commitments to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. These commitments include a commitment to drill the 3 pads with line power, the use of a tankless hydrocarbon storage facility, the use of Group 3 mud, and oil, gas, and water takeaway via pipeline. Next slide. The 4 proposed surface locations are shown on this slide. All 4 locations have an executed surface use agreement and a WOGLA CDP, which is approved and recorded in November of 2022. There will be a total of 58.24 acres of surface disturbance during pre-production operations, with 21.47 acres after interim reclamation. This OGDP provides the opportunity for 91 legacy wells to be plugged, decommissioned, and reclaimed. The decommissioning activity results in a net benefit of 86.53 acres being returned back to the community. Additionally, there's an estimated 20.7 tons per year VOC decrease from the P&A operations. As shown on this slide, PDC commits to providing a Form 4 sundry prior to completion of the first well in the Cameron 2 OGDP to provide a final list of wells to be P&A'd, a proposed schedule, and the emissions reductions that will result from P&A activities. We did receive a commissioner question about PDC's P&A commitments. In addition to providing the final well list, schedule, and emissions reductions for the P&A wells through a Form 4, PDC will include how many of these wells are currently within 2,000 feet of a residence in the Form 4. And we do not have a map of the P&A locations for today's hearing. However, they are generally in the spacing units comprising the mineral development area. And the last slide of our presentation is the reference map from the ECMC website that shows many of these legacy wells in the spacing units. Next slide. The Cameron 2 OGDP proposal includes a total of 4,869.65 mineral acres to be developed by 71 2-mile wells and 23 1.5-mile wells within 2 amended drilling and spacing units and 2 new wellbore spacing units. The mineral ownership is in fee and state ownership, and PDC commits to executing a communitization agreement with the State Land Board prior to development within the application lands. I'll now turn the presentation over to Natalie Svensson with PDC.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Natalie Svensson, and I support Chevron's community engagement for the Guanella CAP and beyond. This slide shows our planned operational timeline for the 4 proposed oil and gas locations in the Cameron 2 OGDP. As a whole, the Guanella CAP development schedule has been carefully structured to ensure that we're able to fulfill our best-in-class commitments for this project, like 3-phase takeaway and electrification. The Cameron 2 development plan adheres to an operational timeline that furthers this goal, beginning with the start of construction at the Wyndham location in the second quarter of 2025. Subsequently, drilling activities will commence, followed by the construction and drilling of the Bonus State and Booth State pads, the construction of the Bonus State facility, and finally completion operations for all 3 oil and gas locations. It's important to note here that effective November 30th, 2023, the Bonus State well pad and Bonus State facility are located within the Mule Deer Severe Winter Range HPH. PDC will follow the CPW recommended timing limitation for the HPH, which includes no permitted or authorized human activities from December 1st to April 30th for these 2 locations. My team will further address the HPH later in the presentation. Next slide, please. I'll briefly walk through the siting of each of the 4 proposed locations. Starting with the Wyndham, this location was granted preliminary siting approval in the Guanella Cap. There's 1 RBU approximately 1,672 feet east of the working pad surface shown in red. The pink crosshatch indicates lands in the city of Greeley as approximate local government for this pad. The city of Greeley supports PDC's development of the Guanella Cap. Next slide, please. Thanks. The Booth pad was also granted preliminary siting approval in the Guanella Cap. There's 1 RBU approximately 1,858 feet southeast of the working pad surface shown in red. Next slide. Thanks. The Bona pad was also granted preliminary siting approval in the Guanella Cap. There are no RBUs within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface. The Bonus State facility was also granted preliminary siting approval in the Guanella Cap. There's 1 RBU approximately 1,785 feet southeast of the working pad surface shown in red. Before I turn it over to Brian DeRose to walk through our alternative location analysis, I wanted to provide a quick overview of Rule 314B on our preliminary siting. As you review the 2As contained in the Cameron 2 OGDP, there have been no changes in land use between the dates the Guanella Cap was approved and today's hearing date. PDC provided notice to every resident who lives in close proximity to the proposed oil and gas locations within the cap, and provided opportunity for such residents to fully engage in the Commission's procedure for reviewing and approving or denying the cap. And finally, while PDC was not required to submit a duplicative alternative location analysis for the proposed Form 2As, PDC did analyze 20 alternative locations. Next, I'll turn it over to Brian DeRose to describe the ALA.
Thanks, Natalie, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Brian DeRose, Service Land Manager at Chevron. Before I dive directly into the ALA of the Cameron 2 OGDP, let me kick off this portion of the presentation with a little history or evolution of the overall Guanella Cap. As recently outlined in our Guanella Cap hearing in December 2022, the birth of the Guanella Cap began as early as January 2019, formerly known as the Mountain View CDP. There have been countless consultations with stakeholders, surface owners, residential building unit owners, community leaders, local government representatives, ECMC, Weld County, CDPHE, and CPW that have shaped this robust comprehensive area plan. As you'll note from the timeline on your screen, the project picked up another head of steam in January 2021 with new consultations, meetings with staff, and engagements from the community. Under new guidance of SB 181, PDC shaped the Guanella Cap most fit for public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. That was recognized by PDC's successful community meetings, approval from Weld County in November 2022, and approval by ECMC in December 2022. The implementation of the alternate location analysis was one of many items that molded the Guanella Cap. In fact, implementation of SB 181, Weld County Code revisions, and consultation feedback coupled with new drilling and completion technologies allowed PDC to make wholesale changes during the application process by reducing the overall surface location count from 33 surface locations and 24,000 mineral developable acres with approximately 373 RBUs within 2,000 feet to just 22 surface locations and 33,427 developable mineral acres with only 149 RBUs within 2,000 feet. Overall, reducing the surface locations by 11, increasing the allowable mineral acres to be developed by 9,000, and further reducing the RDUs by 224. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, a little bit about the Cameron 2 OGDP that geographically sits just on the north side of the cap, with all locations situated in unincorporated Weld County. The Cameron 2 is set up to develop 4,870 mineral acres from just 3 surface locations and 1 separate facility location. In total, PDC evaluated 20 alternative sites for this area and landed on the Wyndham, Blue State, Bona Well Pad, and Bona Facility Pad. As Natalie mentioned, these sites were hand-selected with the least amount of receptors, minimal impacts to current and future farming operations, and situated best for public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources. As with all surface locations, considerations when conducting our site selection or ALA process included, but are not limited to, proximity to building units, operational feasibility. Does this location meet the standards of our site-by-site risk assessment for development? Impact of future land use. Will this site have negative impacts on future development, or are there pending development plans in the area? If this site is being planned on lands that are intended for long-term farming operations, will the surface owner and or tenant farmer be negatively impacted by the site for these future operations? Proximity to cultural features, environmental concerns such as wildlife corridors, raptor, eagle nests, prairie dogs, burrowing owls, wetlands, floodplains, designated surface water, and much more. Access to location. Does PDC believe we can construct or utilize an existing access that is safe with minimal impacts, not only to the surface owner, but the surrounding community as well? Surface owner negotiations. PDC wants to be a partner with our landowners or our stakeholders, and these proposed locations have to be locations that not only work for PDC, but work for the surface owner as well. Geology. Does the subsurface structure formations complement the surface location in which to safely and adequately develop hydrocarbons? And last but not least, consolidation. As you note on this slide, consolidation and proximity to cultural features was in large part the biggest contributing factor to the alternate location analysis. Next slide, please. As briefly mentioned, PDC and Weld County worked hand in glove throughout the years on the Guanella CAP that included the Cameron 2 OGDP sites, Wyndham, Booth, Bona, and Bona Facility. There are many submittals, design changes, and collaboration that have led PDC to a Weld County WOGLA CDP approval on November 21st, 2022. Next slide. Now, I'd like to just take a minute to touch on our robust community outreach for the Guanella CAP that certainly included the 4 sites in the Cameron 2 OGDP and nearby residents. Additionally, I'll touch on the questions raised by commissioners related to informed consents and the specific RBUs within 2,000 feet. In November 2021, PDC held an in-person community meeting specific to all surface owners and residential building unit owners within 2,000 feet of the 22 sites in the CAP. Each owner was provided the same information that is provided in our informed consent packets compared to our non-CAP locations. In September of 2022, PDC held 3 in-person community meetings for all stakeholders within the boundary of the CAP. Meeting locations were set up in strategic geographic locations around the area for maximum attendance opportunities for all stakeholders. In addition to the in-person community meetings, we also provided a virtual presentation option in September as well. In 2023, PDC also held 2 brief virtual town hall Guanella CAP update meetings in March as well as November. This gave quick insight to the status of our CAP permitting, operations, and how to engage with Chevron and/or state and local representatives. Lastly, PDC and Chevron is committed to keeping our stakeholders informed. The Guanella CAP website has been set up and is up to date for updates, and an email and phone number have been given to all stakeholders for a quick and easy engagement. With that, I'll hand it over to Doug Dennison, Chevron's Development Permitting Manager, to detail our best management practices and engagements with correlating agencies.
Thank you, Brian. I am Doug Dennison, Manager of Development Permitting with Chevron. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with just a little more on the HPH considerations for this OGDP. When we originally filed this OGDP back in May of 2023, these well pad locations and the facility were not located within mapped HPH. However, as you heard from Natalie, effective with the new HPH layers that were adopted in November of this year, the Bonus State well pad and the Bonus State facility are now located within the Mule Deer Severe Winter Range HPH. And as a result, PDC will commit to following the CPW recommended timing limitations for that HPH for this development. In addition, PDC is continuing to work in conjunction with CPW to develop an offsite wildlife habitat impact mitigation program to help offset both the direct and indirect impacts from this development and other developments in the Guanella CAP area. And then CPW did approve the wildlife mitigation plans for both the Bonus State well pad and the Bonus State facility. Next, please. Wanted to cover a few of the BMPs that we will commit to for this development. As you've heard from others, we do commit to a tankless hydrocarbon storage facility with pipeline takeaway for oil, gas, and water. There was a question from commissioners about the commitment to using line power for drilling, but consistent with PDC's commitments during the Guanella CAP process, we are committing to running the drilling rig off of line power for this OGDP. The production facility will also be electrified from line power. We utilize Group 3 oil-based mud during the drilling process also. Next slide, please. Light and sound, we have conducted an ambient survey for these locations. There will be both temporary and permanent sound walls installed for sound mitigation, which will also help with light mitigation. And then we will utilize the typical light mitigation techniques that you're used to seeing. Also, we'll utilize a quiet frac fleet for completion operations. Next slide, please. From the water and land perspective, the tankless approach that we utilize does reduce the potential for spills and leaks. You do see a tank in the top right picture. There will be a maintenance or 2 maintenance tanks on the Bonus State facility. We have executed waivers with CPW for the chemical storage within 500 feet of ordinary high water mark for both the Bonus State pad and the Bonus State facility, and we'll commit to additional BMPs to protect from any spills or leaks that may occur. On the Bonus State pad, we'll utilize totes that have built-in secondary containment. Those are seen in the lower right picture. But in addition to the secondary containment, those will be underlain with a tertiary containment, which is a plastic liner that has a lip on it that will protect from any leaks that may make it out of the secondary containment. And then the tank maintenance tanks on the Bonus State facility will be underlined. They will be lined by a geosynthetic liner underneath the tanks that are anchored into steel berms around the tanks themselves. Next slide, please. All of these locations will be monitored 24/7 from our field monitoring room. We'll implement the advanced LDAR and infrared camera technology. Everything will be automated, so we will have the ability to remotely shut in operations if the need arises. Next slide, please. Also want to just briefly cover the air monitoring program. You've seen this in previous presentations. An air monitoring program will be implemented for these locations in accordance with a plan submitted to and approved by the air quality or by the APCD. We anticipate between 5 and 7 monitors will be installed for this OGDP. Next, please. Finally, I just wanted to talk a bit about our CDPHE consultation. That started back during the CAP process back in 2022, but we did hold a OGDP specific consultation with CDPHE in October of this year. PDC agreed to a number of the BMPs that are proposed by CDPHE, and those are outlined in the director's recommendations. None of these locations are within the boundaries of a DIC. And as I mentioned, we will commit to all the commitments that were made in the Guanella CAP, including utilization of grid power for the drilling operations. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Kelsey to wrap up our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. So to conclude, PDC has guaranteed that vigorous operational protections will be in place to ensure avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, while developing 4,869 acres of minerals from the 3 proposed pad locations and 1 facility. And again, these practices include a tankless hydrocarbon facility, oil, gas, and water takeaway, a commitment to utilize an electrified drilling rig, sound walls, daily inspections at production facilities, 24/7 remote monitoring, remote shut-in capability, and most importantly, ensuring a true net benefit of land back to the community. Next slide. This slide shows the relief requested for this OGDP, including the 2 amended DSUs and 2 new wellbore spacing units. I will note here that the reference map on this slide does show most of the P&A wells within the mineral development area. We thank you for your time today, and we welcome any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you for the presentation. If we could have the presenters available for questions, I believe now is the opportunity for questions from the commission. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I think you all have done your due diligence, and I'm appreciative of how you've put everything together and how you've thought about it. And I'm the one, I just have some little niggly questions. So the folks who are within 2,000 feet, are they aware of your proposed timing and when you're all going to be in their backyard? And kind of what have those individual conversations been like?
Yeah, I'll take that one. Thanks for your question, Commissioner McGowan. Yes, we've individually talked to all those folks, in addition to having them receive all of our invites for our community meetings have been pretty extensive in our virtual meetings options as well, but really wanted to kind of have that personal touch. In regards to the building unit owner that is within 2,000 feet of our Wyndham location, we've had extensive conversations with those folks, not only for this OGDP, but as with our Cameron 1 OGDP as well, because of haul routes. While the Cameron 2 haul route does not include passing by their residence on 95th Avenue, we have taken their feedback very seriously and put up some reduced speed signs near their residence, as well as children at play, just to keep those trucks at a lower speed. And then as far as the residential building unit owner near the Booth State Pad, they're very aware of our operations and excited to kind of get moving. As you can understand, these locations have been in the process for quite some time. And then lastly, just to round it out, there's Mr. Bernhardt, who is within 2,000 feet of our Bona facility, is the tenant farmer of the property in which we're operating on. He is also the brother to the owner and is very well of our operations. And he was included in our actual pad and facility design when we were putting that together in the planning phases. So he's very acute to when our operations plan to commence.
Thank you. And I appreciate my questions were late last night. There were a lot of important OGDPs in front of us today, so I apologize for the lateness of my questions. I know we will be seeing more of you as part of the CAP. I think that there's a story that's not being told as part of this CAP, which is the number of wells that will be P&A'd and their location. And I'm going to guess that some of these existing wells are closer to residences than what you're proposing now as part of your CAP. And so for future reference, I would be interested in knowing, you know me, I'm visual. I would love to see where those P&A wells are in reference to where you're going to be doing the activity, and how many of them are within 2,000 feet of residences that you will be P&A'ing and then eliminating from their backyard, so to speak. I think the offset aspect of what you're doing in the cap is an important part of this whole proposal. And I think it's really commendable. And I think that it's part of, for this commissioner, it's part of my whole, the lens that I put on when I look at there's significant impact to the cap, but I think there's also significant offset that you all are putting on the table. So with that, I think, the fact that you all are proposing electric drill rig, you're actually minimizing total VOCs, putting more acreage back into, use. I think that's also an important part of the story. So thanks for the presentation today.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up with what Commissioner McGowan said, because I do think that's a really important part of an application. In fact, arguably it is required as part of 304C19C to include those offsets that are being proposed in the cumulative impacts plan. And as part of an application, in order for us to be able to evaluate that as commissioners, as we determine whether or not an application meets the rules or not. And so not to poke on it, because I do think that the story of this one is strong, and I think that the offsets are strong, but I do want to acknowledge, at least from my standpoint, that that is a necessary submittal requirement as per the rules to better understand the overall net impacts associated with an OGDP application. So wanted to tie that to a rule so that people will fully understand why that ask is occurring. And then just a question. Well, and I also want to emphasize that while on this one, I don't have concerns, because it is clear that you've clearly laid out the record in hearing that the offsets are going to occur and have made commitments to those offsets. I think generally speaking, it will become more problematic to allow sundry notices to be utilized to develop this information prior to or after the fact of commissioner determination on an application. Rather, if it's a submittal requirement associated with an OGDP, that it be provided as part of the hearing process versus the utilization of a sundry or some other form after a determination has been made by the commission, particularly in instances when that information may be necessary to ultimately make a determination on whether or not an application meets the rules. And so this is just FYI from me. Again, I don't see any issue with this particular application. In fact, I think there's lots of things to be commended on this particular application. On another rule, just to better understand, I guess I was just wondering why the final local government permit applications were submitted like as late as yesterday, as our rules, while a little bit gray, certainly I think contemplate utilization of a local government disposition and potentially a final disposition in certain circumstances in ultimately making a determination on an OGDP as per 303. Oh, I can't remember exactly what it was. C6 Romanet 3. And so just a question why the decision was made to submit those so late.
Commissioner Messner, thanks for the question. I'll take a stab at it, and then we'll probably ask some of the legacy PDC folks that have more knowledge of the history. Often it just comes down to a question of timing. Frankly, the OGDP process sometimes is hard to predict how long it's going to take to get through that process. And as Mr. Maxey indicated, we have timing restrictions on when these site-specific WOGLA submittals go to the county, that we need to be closer to when we actually plan to construct the locations. Typically, we will try to start the local government process, Will County or any other local government process earlier. But it's not wasn't anything intentional or an oversight. It's just, it boils down to the timing involved. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. I just want to better understand that. And so a comment, I think that this was a very well done and thorough application with the utilization of some of the best technology that's available. And that's always appreciated from me as a commissioner in applications, particularly in applications, OGDP applications that are being contemplated inside of a cap, where the benefits of the time associated with that cap and the overall infrastructure build out and allowances that a cap creates are really being utilized in this particular situation and with these OGDPs. And I do think that's to be commended. And, that includes electrification of rigs, three-phase takeaway, group 3 drilling muds, electrification of production facilities, coordinating landscape level planning with CPW and wildlife mitigation plans comprehensively. I mean, this is why caps were contemplated to be utilized, and I commend PDC for not only embracing the concept of the cap, but the utilization of the overall time that is allowed within a cap to provide the necessary infrastructure in order to be able to provide these types of best-in-class technologies and infrastructure build out for the individual OGDPs that you're bringing before us. And so thank you for that. And with that, I have no further questions.
Further questions from the remaining commissioners? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree and commend PDC for the great work that's been done on this cap, as well as this OGDP. The majority of my questions were answered in the course of other commissioners' questions. I did have, however, a question or clarification on compensatory mitigation. 1202D requires a CPW approved wildlife mitigation plan or CPW approved conservation plan and compensatory mitigation for wildlife. And then 1203 says that the director, after consultation with CPW, will have discretion to determine whether compensatory mitigation proposed by the operator is sufficient. But from what I can tell in the wildlife plan, compensatory mitigation is considered, it is proposed, but it doesn't appear to have been finalized from what I can tell. I think the acreage has been provided. There's a commitment to continue to work with CPW on what the final compensatory mitigation amount would be. And I just wanted to see if you had an update on that. Most often we're able to see the compensatory mitigation payment plan prior to approving an OGDP. So would you address that for me and talk about the path forward there?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. I can speak to that. Because of the timing of the submittal of the plan, we obviously were not inside the mule deer severe winter range HPH at the time of submittal. Regardless, we have committed to an offset program for the Guanella cap. It is 40 acres of offset within severe winter range HPH. It will be applied to the 2 Bona pads for this presentation here, as well as 3 other locations in HPH within the Guanella cap. So the intent is to cover compensatory mitigation under this program. And the 40 acres is basically applied to the Big Tom's Confluence conservation easement. So it makes it a contiguous easement additive of these 40 acres. So that is the proposal from PDC as compensatory mitigation for this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we had on record why the timing on this one was a little different than they generally are. Do you know what the kind of final timeline will be for completion and of commitment on the compensatory mitigation plan?
That's a good question. Because of the acquisition between PDC and Chevron. Some of the contractual issues have fallen behind a bit, but we have committed. I mean, we had an on-site with Commissioner McGowan. You were there, Brandon Moret with CPW. So the commitment is in place, and CPW has approved this. We're just trying to tie all the loose ends with the actual agreement with Westervelt Ecological Services, who will actually lead this program for us. It will include annual reporting to CPW, so there will be benchmarks that are met as far as the habitat enhancement and preservation.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Keller. I appreciate the additional information. Mr. Chair, nothing further.
Great. Thank you very much for the questions. I'm not seeing further questions. I can start out our deliberation, which is the next stage of the work that we do, by commending PDC for the good work here. And I kind of want to reflect back, so we've heard now for probably 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes maybe, on this application. That is not reflective of the amount of work that our staff has done reviewing this application. That 20, 30 minutes is not reflective of the amount of time and effort that is done here. We have the most robust rules and regulations on oil and gas in the world in the state of Colorado. They are not hard to satisfy. I think PDC has done a very good job of meeting the intent and meeting the regulations with regard to this application. It's electric, it's tankless, it's using Tier 3 mud, it's using pipelines for takeaway, it's got service use agreements, it's reclaiming 91 wells, it's reducing VOCs, it's reducing land acreage. There is just a lot here that gets lost in the quick review of the commission of this. And I think the quick review is a testament to the good work that we all are working hard to do on behalf of the state of Colorado. It's not just the commission, it's the operators, it's our staff, it's Weld County as the local government. Even if they haven't completely reviewed it, they're comfortable in the way they're going. This is reflective of what we're trying to accomplish here in the state of Colorado. And I just wanted to put kind of a exclamation point on that in terms of my deliberations, and to thank everyone, all of us, for creating a process here in the state of Colorado that creates protective oil and gas development that is essential as we move forward into and through a transition to different energy development. Others with deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur with your comments. There's been very significant effort toward best practices, both within this CAP and this OGDP. And I wanted to reiterate that these are best practices, many of which are good, strong, and sound practices developed and furthered by PDC, and appreciate their good work. This OGDP was included in the CAP. It had preliminary siting approval, as has been mentioned, 91 legacy wells to be plugged and reclaimed over about 86.5 acres. Pipeline takeaway on all phases, oil, gas, and produced water, grid electricity drilling, quiet frac fleet, Group 3 fluid, air quality monitoring, temporary and permanent sound walls, timing limitations, compensatory mitigation, and detailed ALA. These are all very, very indicative of great work done on this OGDP. I appreciate the commitment to work with CPW on the compensatory mitigation finalization. As I mentioned, most often details are nailed down and presented during the OGDP process. But I commend PDC for working with CPW on the more late-breaking 2023 HPH modifications. And while I'd normally like to see a finalized plan, compensatory mitigation amounts at the OGDP stage, I wanted to say that I do recognize the unique timing of HPH changes that impact this OGDP particularly, and fully support the path forward on finalization of that plan as outlined.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I also want to reiterate the great work done here. During some of our conversations we had during the listening sessions, some of the discussion. I apologize, I have a dog. That's one. I apologize. During some of the listening sessions we had, there were some comments geared towards making sure that we're working with companies that are doing things the right way, and being harder on companies that are not doing things the right way. And I think that this is a good example of companies doing things the right way, taking the extra steps, as Commissioner Ackerman talked about, going above and beyond, talking with CPW, even with the changes in the HPH, the work with public outreach, the work with our staff and making sure that things are done the right way, the consultations, and doing as many of the BMPs as possible. So I do commend them on that. And I will just say, I think that one thing that sticks out, and this is not geared towards this, but one thing that will have to be looked at moving forward that I think is going to be difficult is, as we are looking at some of these timing limitations for habitat, I think it's going to be increasingly difficult, given a lot of the focus on ozone non-attainment areas. I think it's less of an issue here, particularly given the strong BMPs that are being used by PDC. But I do want to recognize that this will be a difficulty we probably face going forward, imposing timing limitations on high priority habitat. At the same time, we are looking at potential restrictions during the ozone season as well for drilling and completions efforts. But I would move for approval of this application because I think it is an approvable application.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further deliberation or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to waste anyone's time. I do want to, however, just make sure that my record is clear, that I do think that this is approvable and will be voting to approve this application. As has been indicated, I think that the best-in-class technologies are being utilized, and to me, the offsets associated with this application ends up being a very, very compelling reason for approval of this particular application. I will just reemphasize that I would love, in fact, I think it's required to actually provide that information in the comprehensive or the cumulative impacts plan, and would love to see that in the future be incorporated into that, because those offsets are important considerations in our evaluation of this. And would love to see, again, I'm not concerned about this particular application because I understand the BMPs that are being proposed, and I'm comfortable with it meeting this particular application. But generally speaking, for me as a commissioner, that local government disposition and having those local government permits be much further down the road in a circumstance where we're doing concurrent evaluation of permitting is important. But other than that, as has been indicated before, this is a good quality application, and so we'll be voting to approve.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to our staff for the good work here. Let's take 10 minutes, return at 10:10 for our next OGDP. If the folks could get lined up between now and then, that would be great. All right, Mr. Pashaw, good morning. We are now at docket number 230400122. If you want to bring your witnesses to the fore, we will get them sworn in to get started. While you're bringing them to the fore, I believe we do have something from our team. Mr. Christopher is recognized for any additions that he would like to make.
That's great. I would just like to note that there was an error in the director's recommendation. The director's recommendation states that the produced water will be trucked from the production location. It should be noted that Caris's application notes and discusses using pipelines for the collection of produced water.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher. All right, AAG Mercer, if you would like to swear in the witnesses, please go ahead.
So good morning, members of the panel. I will just go one at a time and ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Ms. Ryder.
My name's Lindsay Ryder, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. and I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Jerry?
I'm Jerry Dismukes. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lingley?
Kristen Langley, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Yancey?
I'm Alex Yancey, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Bear?
I'm Tim Bear, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Holly Hill, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Priscilla.
Great. Well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Joe Priscilla with Wellborn, Sullivan, Meck, and Tooley, and I am appearing here today on behalf of Caris Piance LLC. Before you today is the RNPU Phase 1 Oil and Gas Development Plan, and presenting for Caris are Holly Hill, Regulatory Consultant. In addition to Ms. Hill, the following Caris representatives are available for questions. Kristen Lingley, Director of Stakeholder Affairs, Alex Yancey, Asset Manager, Lindsay Ryder, EHS Manager, Tim Bear, Vice President of Engineering, Jerry Dismukes, Air Quality Lead. The application requests that the Commission approve an oil and gas development plan that covers approximately 592 acres within Township 1 South, Range 97 West in Rio Blanco County, Colorado. The application requests the Commission approve 2 new oil and gas locations. The first is the PCU Fed A27-197 CDP, and the second is the PCU Fed B27-197 well pad. Both locations are sited within the mineral development area. The B27 well pad is designed to accommodate 22 directional wells to develop and produce gas from the Williams Fork and Isles formations. The A27 CDP serves the dual role of first providing frac support for the well pad, and second serving as a central delivery point for oil, gas, and produced water piped from the well pad, and then with pipeline takeaway for gas and produced water. There is no spacing application associated with the oil and gas development plan, as Caris intends to develop the application lands pursuant to a basin-wide order. That is order number 1-229, which is the Piance Basin basin-wide density and setback order that allows 1 well per 10 acres in the Williams Fork and Isles formations. With respect to leasehold and permitting, Caris owns leasehold from the Bureau of Land Management covering the application lands, and pursuant to those leases, Caris has obtained drilling permits from the BLM to drill the 22 proposed wells on the B27 well pad. The 2 locations are on rural rangeland on federal surface that is managed by BLM. Caris has worked closely with Colorado Parks and Wildlife regarding these locations, which do encounter ECMC designated high priority habitat. The A27 CDP is sited within Lee Gulch, which is mapped aquatic sport fish management waters. And as you will hear, the gulch is a dry drainage and does not have water resources to support such habitat. Because of that, CPW has confirmed that the habitat does not exist and waived compliance with Rule 1202 C1S as part of a wildlife mitigation plan. Both the A27 CDP and the B27 well pad are located within mapped high priority habitat for elk and mule deer migration and winter habitat. Caris has consulted extensively with CPW and has agreed to compensatory mitigation for both of these locations. Further, Caris's wildlife mitigation plan was developed in concert with CPW and is designed to further mitigate impacts from the proposed operations. Because these locations are within high priority habitat for elk and mule deer, and CPW did not provide a related waiver for Rule 1202D, Alternative location analyses were performed, and the commission's review of these locations will be under Rule 604B4. That is, whether these locations and the conditions of approval will provide substantially equivalent protections for public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, including disproportionately impacted communities. As you will hear, for each the A27 CDP and the B27 well pad, CARES considered 3 potential locations for a total of 6 alternatives as part of the ALA process, and ultimately selected the 2 proposed locations based on, first, the primary goal of avoiding adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And secondarily, that the locations provide the best opportunity to further minimize impacts that could not be avoided. You'll hear today that these locations, again, are in a remote area of BLM managed rangeland. There are no RBUs or other human receptors within 2,000 feet of the locations. The locations are not within or near a disproportionately impacted community. There are no water resources near the locations. There will be no operations during critical wildlife seasons. The B27 well pad is a tankless design with 3-phase takeaway to the A27 CDP location. From the A27 CDP, gas and produced water will be piped away that minimizes truck traffic. Pipelines will be located within road right-of-ways to avoid additional new disturbance. SIMOPS will be used to reduce time on location, which is critical for CARES to operate within these complex wildlife timing stipulations, which you'll hear about. No oil-based drilling mud will be used. Completion operations will use recycled water. And dual fuel drilling rigs will be used to reduce emissions, and CARES is committed to using and securing the best available completions technology at the time of these operations. These are just some of the best management practices and commitments that CARES will employ, combined with the siting of the locations to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts and provide substantially equivalent protections in satisfaction of Rule 604B4. Rio Blanco County is the relevant local government which does not have siting regulations. CARES has a strong relationship with the county, has met with the county officials on multiple occasions regarding this project, and will be submitting for county permit prior to county building permit, prior to construction of these locations. There are no proximate local governments. As I mentioned, there are some complex wildlife timing stipulations. As a result of those stipulations, CARES has requested variances for both locations. With respect to the A27 CDP, CARES requested a variance to Rule 1003B to delay interim reclamation for a period of 48 months after initial construction. For the B27 well pad, CARES has requested a variance to Rule 406E4 to allow for 12 months rather than 6 months to drill the wells after the last conductor is set, and a variance to Rule 1003B to delay interim reclamation for a period of 36 months after setting the last conductors on the pad. As part of this variance, CARES has agreed to post an interim reclamation bond prior to commencing construction on these locations. These variance requests were attached to the application as exhibits there too. With regard to notice, all notice has properly been given pursuant to Rules 504A and 303E1, and no petitions or protests have been received. And on December 12th, 2023, the director recommendation issued and recommended that the commission approve the RNPU Phase 1 OGDP, including the variances to Rule 406E4 and Rule 1003B for the locations. CARES maintains that this application satisfies the Conservation Act and Commission rules, including Rule 604B4. CARES respectfully requests that the Commission adopt the Director's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you for your consideration, and I turn this presentation to Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Just give me a second to pull up the PowerPoint. All right, hopefully everyone can see my screen. Good morning, Commissioners, ECMC staff. I'm Holly Hill, representing CARES Piance LLC today in the RNPU Phase 1 OGDP. The OGDP overview here that I'm going to show you has a lot going on. So let me dive into this picture and explain the permitting that Karis Piance is seeking today. As you'll see on the right-hand side, there is a white oblong object. It's for the PCU Fed B27-197 well pad. This well pad will develop 22 directional natural gas wells, which are committed to the RNPU and PCU units, depending on their bottom holes. This will be a tankless designed well pad that will have temporary tanks during flowback. Production will be processed at the PCU Fed A27-197, which is the yellow square on the left-hand side. Pipelines for the PCU A27 will head towards the section 21 there that you're seeing, that yellow line. And as Mr. Prashala noted, the produced water will be piped off as well as natural gas. The PCU A27 CDP will serve as centralized frac support for the PCU B27 and future projects that Karis intends to permit. This will also serve as the centralized production facility and centralized frac location for those additional locations. The majority of surface disturbance for these projects is situated on federal surface, with some portions of the access road and pipeline situated on Karis private surface. To give you an overview of both of these locations, the PCU Fed B27-197 well pad does initiate the criteria for the high priority habitat under Rule 304B2 Big B. It falls in the elk and mule deer migration and winter habitat. Again, it's the yellow square. The alternative locations considered for the PCU B27 Fed 197 are situated on this map. As you can see, the number one location there is the G21 197. And this was going to be in close proximity to Karis infrastructure and was going to be able to use an existing 2-track for access. However, the pad was situated in an ECMC mapped wetland and native aquatic species. This location was also situated a little too close to the Piance Creek for comfort, and we presumed there was shallow water there. Likewise, the PCU 027-197, the second alternative location, had a similar story as the G21-197. The alternative location number 3, PCU L28-197, again, is in close proximity to existing Karis infrastructure. However, it was situated in ECMC mapped high priority habitat, and the access road required to access the location would have been 2 times longer than the access road for the B27. For the PCU A27-197 CDP, the criteria that initiated the alternative location analysis was that the location is situated in high priority habitat for elk and mule deer. It is also situated in sport fish management waters, but Karis did receive a CPW waiver for that. And to dive in more fully on that waiver, Karis contracted a third party to conduct a sensitive area determination to review Lee Gulch drainage, which coincides with the ECMC habitat, high priority habitat aquatic sport fish management mapping layers. The third party determined that the Lee Gulch drainage, where the PCU A27 CDP is proposed to be situated, does not sustain sufficient flows to support sport fish or other aquatic life. CPW agreed with the report and waived compliance for Rule 1202C1 Big S. And as you can see here, this is the photograph of the area. It is very dry. And what you're looking at there is the Lee Gulch drainage area. The alternative location analysis for the PCU A27-197 CDP shares a location that was looked at for the PCU B27 well pad in being the G21-197. This location would have potentially served as a well pad and CDP at one location. It was close again to our existing 2-track for access, but it was situated in ECMC map wetlands and the aquatic species. Again, it was situated too close to Peons Creek, and it was presumed to have a shallow water table. Alternative location PCU E22197 had a pro of being close to the County Road 5. However, it was again too close to the Peons Creek wetlands, and it would have required a longer pipeline route and potentially more trucking for production. The alternative location PCU G27197 was situated further from the Peons Creek unit. It was situated at a higher elevation, which would have aided in production processing. However, it would have required a longer pipeline route, and there were extreme cut and fills. The RMPU Phase 1 OGDP relevant local government is Rio Blanco. Again, Rio Blanco does not have siting regulations dictating where oil and gas operations are situated on their lands. Alternatively, they require, prior to construction, a special use building permit, which will require a per well fee. Caris intends to permit those closer to the time of building those wells, as some of the information required in those permits will be available in the BLM permits recently received. The PCU B27 well pad proposes to develop federal minerals from federal surface and was permitted concurrently with the White River Field Office BLM. Caris received the 22 APDs for the PCU B27-197 on October 19th, 2023, and as such, the BLM has conducted an environmental analysis of the APDs. Similarly, the PCU Fed A27-197 is situated on federal land, and the White River Field Office BLM has approved that access through a series of rights-of-ways and was assessed in the environmental assessment that also looked at the wells. This is a quick snapshot of the high-level consultation that occurred for the RMPU Phase 1 OGDP. It by no means gives an adequate picture of all the consultation that occurred. Sorry, there is a restart on my computer. Moving on. Caris always uses avoidance and minimization in their site selection process for all of their well pads. They also utilize additional best management practices that will be carried out to avoid or to minimize indirect impacts. Caris prefers to create their own wildlife mitigation plan and compensatory mitigation plans. However, given that this location fell on federal surface and was going to be needed to be permitted, Caris opted to pay for a compensatory mitigation fee. For both locations, that total is $360,623.17. These are just a snapshot of the best management practices Caris intends to utilize: traffic management, drilling technologies, high efficiency rigs, closed loop drilling, greenhouse gas emissions and management, water quality management, and of course, habitat and wildlife management practices. This is a snapshot of some operational planning that's going to support the variances that Caris is requesting. So there's a lot going on here on this slide, and I want to dive into what we're looking at here. Caris has called this OGDP application the RMPU Phase 1 because there are additional locations they intend to permit later on in this RMPU development area. This Phase 1 OGDP application includes the PCU Fed B27-197 well pad and the A27-197 CDP access. We're going to get into a little bit of a discussion on the access roads that have been constructed, but Caris, in order to construct this within the wildlife timing stipulations, needed 2 build seasons to complete the building before the intended development. So some of the roads or portions of the roads have been constructed for the PCU B27 and A27. The BLM and CPW big game timing stipulations occur December 1st through April 30th. No surface disturbance can occur at this time. Keras intends to come back and finish construction of the well pad and then the access roads in Q3 through Q4 of 2024 next year. Keras is requesting a 36-month allowance from the date of setting the last conductors on the PCU B27 well pad and 48 months for the A27 197 CDP, which will again serve as a remote frac location for additional permits, as well as a processing center. In Q4 of 2024 through Q4 of 2025, SIMOPS will be conducted at both the PCU B27 well pad and the A27 CDP. This is when drilling and completions occur simultaneously. And this is a preference from both the BLM and CPW to reduce multiple reoccupations. In the fall of 2025, Keras intends to construct the RMPU H28-197, which has been submitted to the ECMC and is in the review process. Keras will seek roughly 24 months from setting conductors on the H28-197 in that OGDP application. Again, we take a pause for the BLM and CPW timing stipulations. And I do want to call out here that there are active Raptor stipulations that may be kicked into gear after Keras does a review and survey of the area. If there are Raptors in the area, Keras would be prevented from any activity from February 1st through August 31st. In Q1 of 2026 through Q4 of 2026, SIMOPS will be conducted on the RNPU H28 pad, and similarly, the A27 CDP will serve as the frac support and central delivery point. At this stage, interim reclamation on the PCU B27 is expected to occur. Keras intends to conduct all construction and interim reclamation in the fall when the soil is the most suitable for these activities. In the fall of 2026, Keras intends to construct the PCU K27-197, which is also going to be a part of this RMPU development area, and will request roughly 18 months from the date of setting the last conductor to conduct interim reclamation. Again, we take a pause for the BLM and CPW big game stips and potentially the Raptor stips, and SIMOPS will start to occur on the K27-197 in Q3 of 2027 through Q3 of 2028. At this point in time, in Q3 of 2027, it is anticipated that the A27-197 CDP will be upgraded to accommodate the extra production from the PCU K27-197 wells. And finally, in the fall of 2027, interim reclamation is expected for the H28 well pad, and finally the PCU A27-197 CDP. Keras typically seeks an exception to the big game timing stipulation for year-round development, which is contemplated in the White River Field Office RMP. And if BLM agrees to such exceptions, Keras will then seek CPW's concurrence. If CPW concurs, all of that documentation will be provided to ECMC via Form 4. The reason Keras does not seek these exceptions at the outset of permitting is because both the BLM and CPW wish to review that request closer to the time period the operations are going to occur to utilize current data for the wildlife species. This is a snapshot of Keras's operational and wildlife BNPs. I would like to draw your attention that Keras will utilize a third party to conduct air monitoring for pre-production operations on all new locations. And they will use certified weed-free seed and mulch to be applied along with straw anchor. As you're aware, ECMC issued Commission Order 328. Sorry, it's hiding up there. That Keras sought and received approval to build the access road related to the RNPU Phase 1 OGDP ahead of the OGDP approval. This was granted by the commission on September 27th, 2023. Karis sought this variance due to undue hardship in order to meet the BLM's RMPU drilling obligation date of October 26, 2024. That is when Karis is required to spud the well for that certain unit. And while factoring in the wildlife timing stipulations, Karis needed to construct in 2023, again in 2024, in order to be able to hit that October 26, 2024 target. Karis is deeply appreciative of the commission's time and consideration of this variance. And to provide you with an update, Karis commenced construction on October 23rd, 2023. There were 36 full days worked. Construction demobilized equipment on November 30th, 2023 to honor the big game timing stipulations that begin December 1st. The access road and project is 80% complete and will resume in Q3 of 2024. The disturbance has been hydromulch and is stabilized for winter conditions. And finally, the variances that Karis is requesting. Karis is seeking a Rule 502B variance to Rule 406E4 for the conductors to allow for 12 months instead of 6 months to drill the wells after setting the last conductors on that well pad. And this is necessary due to CPW and BLM wildlife timing steps. Similarly, Karis is seeking a Rule 502B variance to Rule 1003B to delay interim reclamation for a period of 36 months after setting the last conductor on this well pad. And again, this is necessary due to CPW and wildlife timing stipulations. Likewise, Karis is seeking a Rule 502B variance for Rule 1003B to delay interim reclamation for a period of 48 months after initial construction of the CDP pad. And this is necessary due to CPW and federal timing restrictions. And remember, the PCU A27 197 is going to serve as remote frac and centralized facilities for upcoming wells in the area. And that concludes my testimony. I believe we have several participants available for questions.
Finding my unmute button. Thank you for the presentation. Just an initial question, actually for Mr. Pershala. You mentioned 604B4 siting, but there's no RBUs within 2,000 feet. Was that a mistake, or did I mishear you?
Well, we still trigger the high priority habitat under Rule 1202B. And it's my understanding that because we're still within that, we had to do the ALA requirement, but perhaps I am incorrect in my citation, and I apologize for that. Thank you for pointing that out, Chair Robbins.
Yeah, AG Mercer, could you clarify for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm hearing double here. Yes, so it is correct that the high priority habitat triggers an ALA, which Karis completed. However, 604B is specific to siting within 2,000 feet of an RBU, high occupancy building unit, or a school or a child care facility. So that rule does not get triggered by this.
Thank you. Thank you. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure we had the record correct on that matter. Okay, commissioners, we have the presentation before us. We have a lot of information, in particular with regard to wildlife. I might look to my right to Commissioner Ackerman if he had questions with regard to any of the information relevant to that issue, or anybody else with any other questions. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you for recognizing that wildlife is is likely the primary issue associated with this OGDP. I do appreciate the work that Karis and CPW have done. According to the mitigation plan and the consultation summary, there's been significant, and the presentation today, there's been significant conversation between not just CPW and Karis, but also with BLM. I do have one question associated with wildlife. And you mentioned during the presentation that it's normal for you to seek year-round approval or development approval despite winter timing limitations that are included in this OGDP. I didn't see that anywhere in the materials. I may have missed it. Would that also presumably include, if BLM approves and CPW improves, would that presumably include a modified wildlife mitigation plan and presumably modified wildlife compensatory mitigation requirements?
I'll take that question again. My name's Lindsay Ryder. I'm the director of EHS at Karis. So yes, we do plan most likely to apply for an exception to the big game wildlife timing limitation to the BLM under their resource management plan. They allow for year-round drilling and completions if we are under the disturbance thresholds lined out in their RMP. As Holly mentioned, we wouldn't apply for those exceptions until we were closer to the timing that we would need. And in that case, we would then consult, as Holly mentioned, with CBW and BLM. And if they both agreed, we would submit the exception request. Once that was approved by BLM, we have historically submitted a Form 4 to ECMC just to notify them of the change. We have not updated a wildlife mitigation plan in the past, but can do so if that's a request.
Thank you. And I would presume that would be part of the discussion with CPW because the wildlife mitigation plan that we have in hand is presumably based upon the inclusion of winter timing stipulations. And so it would, in my opinion, necessitate modification and potential additional compensation on the compensatory mitigation side. So just to clarify, thank you for that response. So to clarify on takeaway, my understanding at this point is that, and thank you for clarifying today, that there will be produced water piping here. There is gas piping as well. There is oil trucking, but the oil condensate is expected to be minimal. Can you address a little bit the potential truck trips and frequency associated with the removal of the condensate?
Yeah, hello, Commissioner. Thank you. My name is Alex Yancey. I'm the asset manager. For the first year of production, when we see the highest flows, we're expecting in the first 12 months around 112 truck trips through here. As mentioned in the testimony, these wells are predominantly natural gas, with over 95% being just dry gas coming from this. So the truck trips will be minimal in compared to the rest of the production coming from this.
Thank you. So you expect 112 truck trips over the first year, and that would be higher. Any kind of estimation as to what that decline looks like?
In the subsequent years, is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I would probably think it would be 50% of that in subsequent years.
Thank you. And then do you know where those truck trips are being taken to, where the destination is?
Yeah, so we do the custody transfer at the well site location, at the CDP location, and then third party takes it. Most of it goes to Rangeley, and that's where it's then put into pipelines and sent from there.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed that. The custody transfer is at what location?
At the CDP location.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Commissioner McGowan with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And Ms. Hill, on that rather complicated slide with all of the dates of when things are going to happen, I think I'm still not quite catching. This is phase 1. How many total phases will there be? And why wasn't this just packaged as one OGDP application? How many times are you going to come back? And then when I look and see that, I think you said the CDP will be in final reclamation in 48 months. So whatever these other phases are will be done in 48 months.
Hi, yes, thank you, Commissioner McGowan, for the question. I'm going to pull up that slide again if no one has any objections, just to speak from. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So at this stage, Karis intends to permit 2 more locations, the H28-197 RMPU H28-197, and then similarly this PCU K27-197. This is the initial phase of development plan right now. This is a step out for Caris. So they are trying to look at how the wells will come on for the PCU B27-197. They're expected to perform well. And then in line with those plans, that H28-197 is in a review process for ECMC. Caris typically staggers these permit submittals because of the time frame in which they are active. So once they're approved, they've got 3 years in order for Caris to come and conduct all of their development. So because of the timing stipulations, Caris is trying to juggle those 3 years. Similarly, BLM has a 2-year APD timeframe, and they have a COA now that if a rig is not on location capable of reaching TD, they may not consider extending those APD timeframes. So Caris is trying to juggle those as well in that planning development. And hopefully I answered your questions.
Yeah, I thank you for that. Kind of the limitations and why you might apply one at a time instead of all at once. I would have appreciated that larger picture as part of this application. So when I saw phase 1, I was like, okay, there must be something else down the pike. And I actually maybe in the future would be supportive of you all asking for a variance to extend an application if it's packaged together to say, this is our plan, this is where we want to do it, this is what it will look like, and this is why, when you look at it as a whole, why it minimizes impacts, why we're setting it up the way that we do. You all and TEP can have similar, we have this centralized facility and we're going to do things here and we're piping everything, which I think is appreciated, because I think you all are really thinking about how to minimize the impacts and using one facility for many other locations. I would appreciate kind of that larger picture of what your plan is. So just FYI, I'm appreciative of that. The other question I have, and this is not a gotcha, this is me really actually just trying to understand. I've been looking at the 2Bs a lot more lately, which just may be dangerous. I don't know. And trying to understand the different pieces of equipment and where they're located. And I think in a good way, I'm seeing a lot of no emissions or very low emissions from what's happening with operators. And so in this particular instance, I think you all have one separator. Is it located on the central pad?
I'm going to let one of my
other whoever has the answer to that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, our separator is on the CDP.
Okay, and the CDP is not going to be powered by electricity, correct?
We are planning on running electricity to the CDP.
You are? Okay, so that would explain. Sorry, can you explain to me then, is that why the separator, I think the separator has 0 emissions?
Yeah, everything should be closed loop, and we're working with the local utility company to run power there. So we're not anticipating emissions on that side.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you all being patient as I ask. I think I'm going to have some questions about 2Bs for folks as I move forward. I think it's important for the commissioners and for people listening to us to understand these 2Bs, I think, have some really compelling information in them as you all continue to become more sophisticated in how you set up your sites, and thinking about how to minimize, because that site's going to be there for a long time, how to minimize the emissions from it. So I appreciate your patience as I ask questions.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions, and mostly because this is complicated application, and so I just want to make sure that I fully understand at least what's being proposed. And I do think that there was a lot of really good information that was provided in the application, and I will I think that particularly your cumulative impacts plan, I thought was very thorough and provided a pretty good picture. Although now I'm hearing a few things today that maybe weren't incorporated in the cumulative impacts plan. And so I may have some questions. They could be in there or not. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. First is, and I apologize, I was looking at another rule when Commissioner Ackerman was asking a question about truck trips associated with oil, and I missed the response on that one. And so I'm going to ask the same question again, and I apologize. I should have been paying attention. So talk a little bit about the truck traffic again associated with oil production.
Yeah, these wells are predominantly dry gas wells. Over 95% of the production is dry gas. And so we expect minimal truck trips from this, an estimated up 112 in the first 12 months of production from these wells. And we do the custody transfer there at the CDP location. And then those trucks are taken predominantly to Rangeley, where they're shipped from there in pipelines.
Okay. So about a truck every 3 days, more or less. It's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, twice a week, or I'm sorry, yeah, twice a week.
Yeah, okay. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the BLM process, where you're at in the process, where the permitting is. You know, I understand there's an environmental assessment that was done. I didn't see the environmental assessment included in the application, whether or not any final determinations have been made by BLM. The rules, you know, certainly do contemplate providing that information and providing that disposition of the federal agencies associated with this. And I'm not sure I have a very good understanding of it based on the application that was submitted.
Sure, I'll take a first stab at that, Commissioner Messner. CARES decided to concurrently permit this OGDP with the BLM. And so those trains started relatively the same time. The federal APDs were submitted around the time that the OGDP was submitted. And CARES did receive APD approval and rights-of-way approvals for those CDPs and the pipelines leading to that CDP in October of this year. And that is when the environmental assessment was conducted. We're happy to share that and submit that in a Form 4. I just think while it was going through the process, we didn't have the ability to file that information.
I do think that that's important information to provide. In fact, it's contemplated in rules 303A, 6A, and B that some of that information, if it has been completed, is actually submitted, so that it aids us in ultimately utilizing that potentially substantially equivalent information in our review process to make sure that it fully meets both our standards, but there's information in there that may help inform whether or not it meets our standards or not. And so so I would appreciate that submittal. It's a little hard for me to see that submittal after a decision has been made on a particular application, so I'm going to contemplate that for a second.
And Commissioner Messner, if I may, CARES is absolutely willing to share that, and my colleague Lindsay Ryder might be able to expand on that decision and give you some high-level ideas of what the BLM came back with.
I think that'd be helpful. Yeah, if you've got information now, that would be helpful.
Well, the finding of no significant impacts was determined on the package that was evaluated. The A27, the B27, and actually the other locations were assessed in the EA. And I think it's just worth noting that I'm certain we would have submitted into our OGDP package had we had the information, but BLM did take much longer than we usually see to complete the EA.
Okay. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the production facility where you're doing the remote fracs, the completion, sorry, and how that. So understanding that the BLM probably has a process for looking at multiple sites in their evaluation and the utilization of centralized facilities, and it helps me to better understand kind of overall potential cumulative impacts associated with an OGDP proposal if I have a better picture understanding what other sites may be contemplated in the future, reasonably foreseeable future, that may utilize that centralized facility.
Sure. I'll take a stab at that, Commissioner Messner, and thank you for the question. Karis did conduct on-sites for all of the proposed pads in this area with BLM. CPW was invited. I think they had conflicts, but CPW has seen the long-term planning of this area. And in the very beginning, Karis did desktop reviews with the BLM, initially looking at that one location, that PCU G21-197 that was too close to the Piceance Creek. So they have definitely had a viewpoint on what the locations were that Karis was considering, but did not make the cut, and were in agreement with where we placed the production facility and the well pads. And they're very supportive of that centralized facility. When we went to conduct the on-sites, we did look at alternative locations, merely just walking the ground, and they agreed that that was the most suitable location for the facility production.
Okay, how many additional facilities are being contemplated to utilize this facility, this centralized facility?
I'll let Alex take a stab at that.
Yeah, we did the initial on sites with agencies in September of 2022, and 3 sites were scoped out. So as Holly mentioned, there was the B27, the K27, and the H28. Approximately 75 wells total split across those 3 well pads.
Okay. And in the BLM process, are they already aware of those and are doing some steps, understanding that centralized facility would be utilized and looking at, I mean, I imagine they're already looking at right-of-ways and other pieces associated with that. Is that right?
Correct. They're very well aware that that A27-197 CDP is going to serve as centralized production facilities for the future permits. And they have assessed the pipeline rights of ways that will feed into that A27 from the additional pads we're planning on permitting. This CDP would reduce additional surface disturbance that may be necessary as a support frac pad. So they're very, very supportive of this location and are aware of the future plans in this area.
So I have a few questions about the remote completions activities and the drilling activities. My understanding is what's being proposed in the application is to abide by the timing steps associated with construction, but that completions and drilling would actually occur during those timing stipulations. Is that accurate?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. One of the major decisions noted in the BLM White River Field Office Resource Management Plan for oil and gas development was to use disturbance thresholds to promote cluster development in order to allow for year-round drilling. So if our disturbance is under their thresholds for the habitat, they provide an exception for drilling and completions for year-round activity. They note that it's better to get that activity completed in one occupation rather than bringing that equipment in and out during several occupations. They provided that exception in the resource management plan as an incentive to get that intensive activity completed, get done with it, get your reclamation completed, and cluster that development in one area before moving to another. So under the resource management plan exception process, we will likely submit a timing limitation exception request for year-round drilling and completions to do that activity in one occupation. And that is historically how we've handled drilling and completions on all of our locations in this area with BLM and CPW's support.
Okay, so I thanks for the explanation. I think I'm confused now. And so I thought I heard you say that you were going to look for an acceptance for year-round operations that would include construction, drilling, completions, the whole gamut. I think what you just said is you're only looking for the exception for drilling and completions that is contemplated in your application. So, I mean, it's not a new thing that I'm hearing today if it's for drilling and completions, but is that also for construction?
Yes, and that is why we requested the variance. We are really committed to doing civil construction outside of those timing limitation windows. So we would do pad construction, pipeline construction, road construction outside of the big game winter range TL. We would
So
do
you would not be asking for an exception from the BLM or CPW for any construction activities, including pipe roads and all of it. Okay. All right. So that's different. Now, if they don't grant an exception, then drilling and completions does not occur during the timing stipulations. Is that my understanding? Okay. Okay. Those are my questions right now. I think I may have one or two more, but I need to think of just a second. So thanks.
Other questions from commissioners to the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a follow-up associated once again with the truck traffic. Thank you for going through this with us. Very much appreciate that. In my earlier conversations with CPW, my understanding was, and I understand these are estimates, but my understanding was that the estimate provided to CPW was considerably lower than what we're talking about here today, more along the lines of a truck per month. So I just wanted to indeed verify that the 112 number rather than a 12 number is what we're talking about. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Just in the first year, though, as production will fall off dramatically, that one number will come down in subsequent years.
Understood, Mr. Thank you. And because that is a significantly higher number, or at least as I understand it, is what was provided to CPW. It's not as addressed in CPW's comments. And normally CPW would address that through asking for a timing stipulation on trucking as well during the winter closure months in order to be properly protective of wildlife pursuant to the 1200 series rules. Is Karis open to that type of BMP, or I guess COA at this point being included, which would specifically be limiting truck traffic for the condensate transport to between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. during the winter timing stipulation period, which is December 1st through April 30th?
Yes, and if I may, Commissioner Ackerman, I do believe that the truck trips were assessed in the Form 2B that were intended to haul the condensate and oil off of the A27 or the A27-197 CDP. So I do think they were in there and they are captured in the dust plan. But yes, I think Karis would be hauling the oil off within those timeframes during that time period anyways. It's not safe to basically be hauling oil off in the dark anyways. So absolutely.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Hill. And I was referring to verbal conversations prior, and so I recognize that you pointing that out, that it was included in the forms. And my understanding is that that's something that's agreeable and would be a normal business procedure for Karis anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So to the AAG, if other commissioners are amenable to that, eventually we could potentially add that as a COA.
Further questions? Do we want to move into deliberations? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if I could ask for 10 minutes prior to deliberations, just to put some thoughts down on paper.
All right, let's return at 11:17.
Thank you.
We are back in session. We're taking up docket 2304-00122 on December 20th at 11:17 in the morning. We have gotten through the presentation from the applicant. We were, I think, had gotten to a point where perhaps we were done with questions and we potentially are moving into deliberations. Any commissioner desire to deliberate? Commissioner Ackerman or Commissioner Messner? They both kind of did the exact same thing.
I actually just I had one more question and I apologize. This was in my notes and I missed it, which is, I was feeling a little discombobulated, so I needed a second. But I wonder if the applicant could just talk a little bit about reuse and recycling of produced water and you know how much they're doing with it and volumes of it and what that looks like.
Yes, Commissioner. Tim Bear, Vice President of Engineering. I'll answer that question. We pride ourselves in reuse of our completion water. We are well in excess of 95%, approaching 100% this year on reuse of our produced water. We have a treatment facility, so it gets all the parts and pieces out of it, and then we can reuse it comfortably. So yes, we do that routinely. That's part of our business.
And that is contemplated in this application is the utilization of that water in completions activity.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was my only question.
No problem. With that, I think I saw Commissioner Ackerman raise his hand with regard to deliberations.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to kick off deliberations if we're to that point. You know, with a lot of the OGDPs on the Western Slope, wildlife is a primary consideration. This one's no different. And within the Piceance Basin, which is pretty heavily developed with regard to oil and gas, but it still remains a very important habitat area for mule deer and elk habitat on the Western Slope. I think it's apropos that we talk about wildlife first and foremost as a concern. And I do think that there's been considerable work done. As Mr. Chair mentioned at during the last OGDP, you know, we discussed these for, you know, half an hour to an hour or so during our meetings. They represent years of work in collaboration and coordination between many parties, and such was the case with wildlife on this one, between CARIS and CPW and BLM. I appreciate the wildlife consultation summary and the details that it provides. I would note that 1202D requires a CPW approved wildlife mitigation plan pursuant to Rule 1201B or other CPW approved conservation plan and compensatory mitigation for wildlife resources pursuant to Rule 1203, and specifically applies to the following habitat types that are applicable to this OGDP, and those are considerable: mule deer migration, severe winter range and winter concentration area, and elk migration and winter concentration area. The wildlife mitigation plan that is referenced here has been provided, reviewed, and approved by CPW. As was pointed out during the presentation today, the compensatory mitigation sum of $360,623 and change, together with the considerable wildlife BMPs, take the high priority habitat component into account, and according to CPW, properly addresses the impacts associated with this development. I wanted to point out that the compensatory mitigation calculation regarding indirect disturbance grossly includes the disturbance associated with truck trips, although not really to a granular level. It does take into account the number of truck trips that are occurring associated with each development. And truck disturbance is further addressed through speed restrictions, which are included in this OGDP, as well as daylight timing stipulations during the winter period of December 1st through April 30th that we discussed and agreed upon during the last segment of the hearing. Would state that CPW concurs that the operator has effectively consulted with CPW to implement the full mitigation hierarchy, and CPW doesn't have any unresolved issues or objections. Something that really is impactful to me as well is that this OGDP is on BLM administered surface and mineral estate. And it bears mentioning that it also underwent a full NEPA analysis and a full federal permitting process as well. So significant protections associated with wildlife, and I think significant, you know, appropriately so. If we're going to continue to develop in this area, we need to do so implementing the very best management practices possible. I appreciate the clarification and the work to move produced water through pipeline. I think that is a significant point of lack of minimization of disturbance in the Piceance Basin. Appreciate the pipeline infrastructure that's there in order to do that. I do feel comfortable with the actions that have been taken by this operator with regard to wildlife and the conversations that have taken place both with BLM and CPW. I also wanted to say that I appreciate and recognize the interim reclamation bond COA, given the unique situation associated with interim reclamation on this OGDP. So I guess, Mr. Chair, those are my initial deliberative points. I think we've done a good job here and appreciate the considerable work that's taken place.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Appreciate your leading off on an OGDP that for the most part has wildlife issues and considerations. I am in agreement with the thoughtful notes you made. I believe this project can move forward. Others with deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman, I think you really laid out the different elements that need to be considered, and I did a good job of developing a record on this particular application. So I'm just going to say that I concur with you on your points. I will just make a couple of additional points and comments. I'm scratching my head a little bit on the exception piece and the desire to submit a Form 4 should there be an exception granted for drilling and completions outside of the timing stipulations, as that's what's being asked for in this application. And so, at least in my interpretation, I'm not seeing, assuming that they're not asking for construction activities to be allowed during the timing stipulations, what they've said on record, that they are not contemplating that. I'm not seeing a need to develop, submit a Form 4 to, should they obtain an exception from BLM and CPW on this particular matter. But that's my interpretation of it. I would love other people's thoughts if I'm interpreting that incorrectly. And do want to really acknowledge the utilization of produced water in completions activities, not only by this operator, by a number of operators on the Western Slope and the Piceance Basin, and how important that is and how significant that is as far as minimizing the utilization of produced water. And the fact that there is at least two-phase takeaway of both produced water and natural gas from this site. And I think that is significant. Finally, while I do believe that the rules do require submittal of environmental assessments and additional permitting information that is occurring at the federal level in concurrent permitting, I do think that the testimony provided today indicating that the final determination of the environmental assessment is a finding of no significant impact makes me comfortable with not seeing that submittal as part of the application. And so with that, I am comfortable being in support of this application.
Commissioner Ackerman, I think you had mentioned something along the lines of a COA relative to truck traffic. I don't recall exactly what it was, but if you wanted to make a motion and include that, that would be helpful, I think.
I sure will, Mr. Chair. I'm happy and prepared to make a motion to approve this OGDP as presented and included in the materials that we have. And AAG Mercer can help me out if I misstate this, but it would also include a condition of approval that would require the trucking of oil condensate between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Between the dates of December 1st and April 30th. I see
a thumbs up from your attorney, so good job. Do we have
Second.
a second? Motion and a second. Further discussion on said motion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Prashala. Thank you to your team. Thank you to our staff for presenting us with this approved OGDP.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, we have a decision to make. We have 2 more OGDPs for consideration today. It is 11:30. I'm happy to plow through at least one more now and then take a break for lunch, if that is your preference. Seeing nodding of heads up and down, let's take 5 minutes to give the next panel an opportunity to get up and running. We'll return at 11:33. All right, commissioners, welcome back. We are now taking up docket 2206-00157, a proposed oil and gas development plan from Crestone Peak Resources, the State Bierstadt and State Pikes OGDP. We do have 3 members of the public that have signed up for public comment. So we will start this matter with public comment. I see that we have Miss Marcia Goldsmith-Hammond with us. Good morning. We normally limit public comment to 3 minutes. I'm not going to have a timer though, and take what you can, knowing that expressing your opinion succinctly is always a good idea. So good morning. Welcome to be with us.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Yes, my name is Marcia Goldsmith-Hammond. I live in South Shore in Aurora, and I'm asking for a continuance of the State Bierstadt application of this commission. Crestone asked for an ALA waiver, and now we're violating the latest adopted Arapahoe County rules by amending the existing location of the well pad to be within 408 feet of waters of the state and 563 feet of the nearest wetland. Arapahoe is the relevant local government that needs to approve the amended siting of the proposed oil and gas location. When the county approved this application in January of 23, these latest regulations were not yet adopted. If ECMC has a goal of combining pads to reduce impact like in a cap, how can that process take place if operators are allowed to request permits for one well pad at a time? State Bierstadt expansion, located within the Lowry Ranch cap, is an example of this issue, even though they didn't mark the box on page 1 of Form 2A saying that it's part of a cap. How is cumulative impact evaluated if well pads are looked at one at a time? How is seismic activity measured regarding a sensitive receptor like the Lowry landfill Superfund site? Given the potential for increased disturbance from fracking operations in the vicinity, there's a heightened risk of exacerbating the release of 1.4 dioxin and consequently a greater threat to public health. State Bierstadt is situated in a high priority habitat, raising additional environmental conservation concerns. This pad location is already designated as an ozone non-attainment area. Introducing more fracking operations in this region will contribute to air pollution, exacerbating the ozone levels and further compromising air quality. Ozone pollution is associated with respiratory problems and other adverse health effects. Oil and gas developers put out false advertising to the public from cred.org, stating that they work with property owners to do the right thing. They don't work with us living nearby well pads such as State Bierstadt. As in the new communities being built in High Plains Estate in Weld County, these residents will have no idea there are wellbore pathways underneath their homes with the potential to blow at any time. Each well that is developed has a 30-year lifespan. Even after it's abandoned and plugged, it can still burst and leak. The most recent example of wellbore fluid bursting out of an abandoned pipe that was plugged in '93 was December 5th, just a few weeks ago in Weld County. The decision you're making today will affect the health, welfare, and safety of generations of Colorado residents. That's why I'm asking for a continuance on this application, so that the RLG can review the amended pad location. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the public comment. We appreciate you taking time and being with us this morning. Next, we have Randy Willard or Haley Young. I see we have a Haley.
I'm here, so I can speak. I think that at this point, it's important for all humans to participate in a logical vision of the future and find ways to shift our professions. And your guy and the commissioner's case, voting on these applications. How does this serve the vision of our future? How is it necessary? You must consider a multifaceted approach that it considers not just our entire ecosystem, but also our entire economy, the air we breathe, the water we have, what is happening to all of that. We know that fossil fuels cause significant long-term damage. It's an absolute fact that humanity must transition if we expect any kind of long-range future. And I understand that we cannot immediately cut off our dependence, and that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for the protections that citizens have put in place for those to be met. And I understand that this was previously approved and they're asking for reapproval. However, we as a community have worked hard to try to protect our air and water. And now this risks, it's close to a school. It's close, it's all surrounded by future neighborhoods. Plans must be shifted to serve regenerative economics that would push a fully comprehensive plan to replace the energy demand with renewables progressively and prioritize community safety. Your code of ethics calls you to consider your community. The self-serving capitalism that is rampant in our world and exploiting our resources and feeding this vision of excess, never having enough, has left a large portion of humanity, including your own community and environment, threatened. We have all been made service to the economy and the system, and land is reduced to property when really it's what we depend on, what we need for the basis of our life. So I would ask you commissioners to consider, is this really necessary to risk the health and well-being of your citizens? Is it truly necessary to push all the costs that are going to happen on your citizens? Oil and gas isn't going to pay for all the medications that people need. They're not going to pay, they can't even collect all the carbon that's put into the air. It's not just the extraction process, it's when this fuel is burned thereafter. And the fact that I know that the commissioners recently approved 3 new gas firing power plants when we already have enough infrastructure to use that gas. We don't need to depend on gas for residential energy. That's unnecessary. Colorado is filled with other options. We have sun, we have wind, we have water. I mean, there's so many other options, and I would really like you to consider those other options as you continue to approve these plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We appreciate you taking time and presenting your perspective to us with regard to this proposal. We now have Mr. Randy Willard.
Morning, thank you. How much is enough? We already have the 5th worst air in the country. The process is apparently not looking at the fracking map in Colorado, which now shows about 1/3 of the total land being given over to a single industry. The same industry that repeatedly claims to not harm air and water and reneges on promises made to cities, counties, and citizens. Their primary concern, despite what you hear at these sessions, is profits. They care little for who that impacts or what it does to the place in which we live. The ongoing approval of wells and caps by this body is another indication that the priorities of the commission are in fact the industry, not the impacts on our environment and lives. It is as if the people of Colorado have no real voice in the permitting of oil and gas in our state. The listening sessions that ECMC has sponsored show exactly this dichotomy. Individuals are harmed, damaged, sickened, and yet the industry continues. We have both disenfranchised communities and suburban neighborhoods being invaded by these evil, dirty, smelly, and loud fracking projects. We pollute our air, we use up our water, and for what? Most of the output goes out of state, and frankly, the economic impact is minimal, far less than that of the renewable energy sector in our state. It is disgusting and appalling in 2023 with the climate crisis crashing down all over the world, that we continue to exacerbate the problem by permitting more and more wells so that a small number of people profit and a large number of people suffer. This is not the bargain any of us signed up for to live in Colorado. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. I appreciate your taking time as well to present your perspective on this particular OGDP. At this time, I believe that we need to recognize Kyra Weber from staff to present some additional information to us. Good morning.
Staff would like to state a correction for the hearings record regarding the Crestone State Bierstadt State Pipes Director's recommendation. Although the recommendation document indicates that water will be trucked to the location, the operator has committed to the use of lay flat lines for fresh water delivery, which is also captured through the agreed upon CDPA GBNP. Additionally, there is a county's operation plan. However, there is not an operator agreement in place. The director's recommendation incorrectly refers to one.
Okay, questions for staff? Okay, thank you for the information and the quick presentation to us this morning. Ms. Jost, I believe you are the attorney of record. As is normally the case, if you could elevate your witnesses or have them visualize themselves, we'll have AG Mercer swear them in.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Okay, if everyone could turn their videos on, we can have Ms. Mercer do our swearing in.
Great. Good morning, members of the panel. Many of you have been here before and know the drill. I will go one by one and ask you to raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. I'll begin with Mr. Harrington.
Dan Harrington, I agree to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ellers?
Natalie Ellers, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Decker?
Casey Decker, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Annable?
My name is Jeff Annable. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Yeast?
Mary Yeast, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Farkas?
Scott Farkas, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Jost, the virtual hearing is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, if I may. Chair, are you seeing that okay?
Yep, and it's in presentation mode.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, good morning, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and I, along with my partner, Kelsey Weselinki, represent Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC in the State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP application before you today in docket number 2206-00157. See if it switches. There we go. Crestone would like to thank Arapahoe County for its participation through the local permitting process and its approval of the oil and gas location subject to this OGDP. And we'd also like to thank ECMC staff and the director for their open communication and dedicated efforts on this application. This State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP application is an individual OGDP application that was submitted in June of 2022. In support of the Commission's preference to utilize one existing multi-well pad for oil and gas development, the State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP application seeks approval of a 2,718.1 acre OGDP that will utilize one location for the development of up to 10 new horizontal wells to develop, operate, and produce from the Niobrara Formation from 2 established drilling and spacing units. After your review of the application and testimony presented today, Crestone will respectfully request that this commission approve the approximate 2,718.1 acre OGDP for the proposed development. In terms of the OGDP submittal, Crestone complied with all notice requirements for the OGDP. No formal petitions were filed. No formal public comments were submitted on the Form 2As until late yesterday. And the director determined that this state Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP complies with all applicable requirements of the commission's rules and recommends approval by the commission. We did receive a host of questions yesterday. We appreciate those. We will address those during the presentation today. With that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Dan Harrington to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Please see here our overview of the proposed State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP oil and gas location. As Ms. Jost stated, this is a little bit over 4 sections to be developed from a single pad, east and west. This is a pad expansion of an existing oil and gas location, the State Bierstadt 2AH pad that was originally constructed and built in early 2022. The relevant local government is Arapahoe County, with whom we have an approved permit. You can kind of see the the development area. I won't read the legal descriptions there, but there are no RBUs within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface, no schools, no HOBUs or DOAA, and no high priority habitat. We did not receive public comment until late yesterday, and we did receive an ALA waiver for wetland proximity by the director as part of the completeness review. This pad is within a DI community, but again, there are no RBUs within 2,000 feet. We did have a CDPHE consultation on the 31st of October of this year, and CPW elected not to consult. I'm going to work in some, if we could go back one slide, please. I'm going to try to work through some of the commissioners' questions as we move through the slides here. So here I'll address the question of why this pad was not considered for inclusion in the Lowry Ranch cap, and whether the proposed BMPs align with those proposed in the cap. And the answer to that is that the State Bierstadt OGDP was originally submitted in second quarter of 2022, well in advance of the Lowry Ranch cap submission in the fourth quarter. And the intention was always to seek standalone OGDP approval to allow operations while the Lowry Ranch cap moved its way through the permitting process. In particular, Crestone has a rolling drilling obligation for the state Lowry Ranch lease that requires continual operations. It's important to note that the State Bierstadt's impacts were considered as part of the Lowry Ranch cumulative impact analysis, and its existence as a standalone pre-cap OGDP is reflected in the Lowry Ranch cap application. And all proposed operational BMPs do align with the proposed cap BMPs. Next slide, please. Here we have a review of the proposed DSUs. These DSUs are the same that were set up for the 2022 State Bierstadt North 2 Phase 1 oil and gas location. So there's an east and west DSU. We intend to develop these with 10 new horizontal wells, 5 west wells that are 2 miles long, and 5 east facing wells at 2.25 miles long. The Niobrara Formation is present and continuous under the application lands, and our engineering testimony supports our proposed setbacks. Here, let me please address another commissioner question. And the question was that it appears that the initial wells in this pad were approved in 2019. Can you address why the plan was not to complete 14 wells at that time, limiting to 1 occupation of the pad rather than 2? And the answer there is that the original development plan for this area put together by Conoco was to construct and develop 2 oil and gas locations, a northern pad and a southern pad. As of 2019, the northern pad with 4 wells was approved, and the southern pad with 2 wells had been approved. Crestone made the decision to develop a single consolidated location, the north pad, and did not renew or pursue development of the south pad at all. So we did drill and complete the approved 4 wells as phase 1 of the north pad. And then we are now here at phase 2 to continue development of the 2 DSUs. So essentially that delay was the result of our attempts to consolidate to a single oil and gas location. Next slide, please. These are the existing producing wells in the DSUs. We have 3 wells in the State Bierstadt 3 horizontals and state pikes. Those wells will all continue to produce. There are a couple of legacy non-op vertical wells that were re-entered and replugged recently within the DSUs. Next slide, please. The proposed operational timeline is pad construction in the first quarter of 2024, drilling also starting in the first quarter, with completions in the second quarter and production in the third quarter. Next slide, please. One ALA criterion was met. The oil and gas location is within the boundaries of or immediately upgrading from a mapped or field verified wetland or riparian corridor. We requested an ALA waiver because the proposed BMPs protect against potential or adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. And the ECMC director granted that ALA criterion waiver as part of completeness of this OGDP. And again, we have no RBUs within 2,000 feet, no working pad surface within 2,000 feet of an RBU in a DI community, and no HPH at the working pad surface at the time of OGDP submission. Next slide, please. The relevant local government here is unincorporated Arapahoe County. We conducted a neighborhood meeting as part of the Arapahoe County process in August of 2022, and no feedback was received at that meeting. And the local permit was approved for the amended State Bierstadt oil and gas location on January 1st, 2023. Next slide, please. Here are our proposed best management practices for the area. We are committing to use Group 3 drilling fluids to minimize odors, to store and truck drill cuttings in containers to a commercial disposal pipe, to have oil and gas pipeline in place prior to the production phase of the new wells, to fully electrify the facility at the start of the production phase. We already have secondary facility service in place at the North 1 and North 2 Phase 1 pads. And our rig engine type is listed here at Tier 2, but I'm happy to say that we have received word just this past week that we've reached an agreement with a drilling company to upgrade our rig to a Tier 4 equivalent prior to the Bierstadt spud, and we're going to commit to a Tier 4 or better rig engine for this operation. Additionally, as we reviewed at the beginning, we do intend to move fresh water to the site via lay flat pipeline. Next slide, please. Air and odor practices, again, oil pipeline will be in place prior to the production phase. Maintenance emissions will be controlled. Tanks will have blowers in addition to ECDs. We'll use Group 3 drilling muds. We will conduct air monitoring over the life of the pad, and that air monitoring plan has been approved by CDPHE, and we will have that electrified production facility. And a commissioner question here. Can you provide further information on proposed trucking of produced water and how many truck trips over what duration and for what distance? Is there a pipeline offtake alternative for produced water? As with all Niobrara production, we anticipate a higher amount of produced water truck traffic in the initial production phase, up to 30 trips a day for the initial 90 days after the start of production operations. Afterwards, produced water volumes taper off very quickly, leaving us at a steady state of approximately 3 to 5 offloading visits per day over the life of the project. There are no options for produced water takeaway, as there are no commercial saltwater disposal wells or produced water infrastructure in the area. Further, it is our understanding that Arapahoe County will no longer permit water disposal wells. Next slide, please. We did receive our director's recommendation to approve for this OGDP just last Friday, so you don't see a slide about it, but as you know, that is in place. Also take this opportunity to address one additional question. Are we open to modifying the Swift Fox BMP to require cameras if dens are located? And we are happy to commit to the installation of game cameras and engaging CPW in a follow-up consultation if there are active swift fox dens located proximal to the oil and gas location. So as to relief, we are asking commissioners to consider this OGDP and to approve the approximately 2,700 acre State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP for 10 new horizontal wells to be developed from one existing amended multi-well oil and gas location, to approve the 2A, the wells, the DSU characteristics, and finally to find that the State Bierstadt State Pikes OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare of the environment, wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource in compliance with CRS 3460-106 2.5A. I believe that concludes our testimony. Ms. Jost?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harrington. All right, well, thank you very much. And that does conclude our presentation, Chair. If I could ask, I guess, everyone to visualize for potential commissioner questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I see we've got the panel before us. Now is the opportunity for questions from commissioners to the panel. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the additional information today and additional commitments. Could you, sorry, I'm having a dog issue also. Could you also go a little bit more into, if I'm understanding what you just testified to, in the proposed cap, which I have not looked at because it's been submitted, but it's going through completeness review. I think what you said was in the cap, you stated that this location was going to be a standalone location and go ahead of time, but is included in the cumulative impacts assessment as part of that cap, and that you feel the need to move forward with this right now because there's a requirement for a rolling operations. Is that a part of a deal with the state land board? And I guess I would like to understand that a little bit more, because I really feel like I'm concerned that this is being treated outside of something that we know that you are planning on putting forth for the commission as a whole package, and that this is also potentially what the community has expected.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner McGowan. I'll kind of answer it in two parts. If you recall, we took this same approach with our box elder cap, is that we nominated two pads for to bring forward as pre-cap OGDPs, but we retained analysis of the cumulative impacts of those OGDPs within the cap. And the general concept here is not tying up so large a block of inventory for the entirety of a cap approval process and then the subsequent OGDP approval process that we need to follow. That would be roughly 2 years in this case if we were to approach it that way. So we're trying to balance the need to fully account for the impacts of this OGDP while still allowing continuity of business. Specifically here, and this wasn't the case at Box Elder, we hold a large lease under the Lowry Ranch. It is a state lease, and that state lease has drilling obligations. We need to drill and complete roughly 2 to 4 wells per year as part of that requirement. So putting operations entirely on hold within the entirety of the Lowry Ranch cap would put that obligation at risk. So we did try to find a compromise here and bring a limited, that is 1 location, forward in advance of the cap, and then follow it up with the cap.
So thank you. So as you were looking at what you were going to do at this location, My other concern is knowing that this cap is coming and there will be discussion with the commission, with BMPs and conditions of approval and infrastructure potentially that will be put in place, how do we know that this is going to align with what's going to come in the future, and that this isn't a premature decision for the commission?
Well, the BMPs as proposed for this OGDP do align with the CAP BMPs. So in terms of infrastructure, produced oil takeaway system, it's the same system that will feed the rest of the CAP, but it will be in place for this site prior to the production phase. That's probably the biggest one to consider here, the most impactful one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions for this panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Harrington, I would just like to follow up on that a little bit. Now that there are some additional high priority habitats, is that still going to be the case with the BMPs, that the planned BMPs will be the same? Are you going to have the best management practices with respect to wildlife here that you plan on having in the potential future Lowry cap as well?
That is correct. Both the CAP and this OGDP were submitted prior to the high priority habitat changes in the area, and those changes amount to a more minor change to mule deer HPH and a larger change to pronghorn HPH. But we anticipate consulting with CPW on every upcoming OGDP as pertains to those changes.
And do you think that might include timing limitations, or are you going to see if there's alternatives to timing limitations?
We intend to explore both options with CPW for future pads.
Okay. And then the other thing, well, there's a couple other things I want to talk about, but you mentioned partway through that just this week you have heard that you will be able to do a Tier 4 equivalent rig. Could you give us a little more detail on what the Tier 4 equivalent will be? Is it Tier 2 with nat gas battery assist? Is it dual fuel? Is it just kind of wondering what the equivalent is?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I can answer that question. It's a great question. We've been working with our drilling vendor, and we are permanently converting one of our rigs over to the natural gas battery backup system. So that rig going forward will drill utilizing that power in the absence of electrical utility power. So that's what we're going to be utilizing. And just an update on our overall rig stuff. I know you guys have been interested in past OGDPs. Our Tier 4 rig, I think, is slated to come in, I think, August. We're pressing to get it sooner, but as of right now, we have converted the one rig, and we plan on converting the other rig in August.
Okay. And I obviously don't want to get into kind of going back to my previous question, but related to the rigs. Without going into a Lowry cap that, as Commissioner McGowan said, is still in completeness, we're not reviewing it, but is it planned to be similar rigs, or is the plan to be more electrification throughout the Lowry cap?
I can take that one. Thank you, Commissioner. For the Lowry Ranch cap as a whole, we are seeking electrification of all sites prior to drilling phase. And as with every OGTP that we bring forward, we are at the mercy of Excel's operational timelines and their local grid capacity. So those discussions have already been started with Excel for the Lowry Ranch cap pads, and we don't have answers yet for any of them.
Okay. And Mr. Harrington, you also discussed the neighborhood meeting that occurred, I believe you said in August of 2022. And you said you didn't receive feedback at that Could you provide us a little detail on what the outreach was for the community meeting, and did anybody attend and just not give feedback, or could you just provide some more detail on that?
Sure. Thank you for that question. The counter requirement at the time was notification of all RBUs within 1 mile. That is a very, very limited number here. I would need to look up the specifics, but believe it's less than 5. And if I'm recalling correctly, no one attended the meeting.
Okay. And then one other question to talk about some of what was brought up in the public comment. There was some discussion of the fact that this has been amended and that it has not been re-reviewed by Arapahoe County since it was amended. Can you go into a little bit about when, and I know you touched on answering some of the questions with respect to why you were doing this in 2 phases as opposed to once, based on Conoco's previous plans, but can you go into a little bit of when those were drilled, when the application was amended, and just provide a little more detail on that as well?
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. First, we acknowledge and appreciate the public comments that were provided as part of this process. We have designed this project to be as compatible as possible with the surrounding community and wildlife, and that includes taking into account the existing Superfund site, which is 5 miles away from here. The nearest RBU is approximately 1/2 a mile from this site, and we're proud to be able to deploy a best-in-class drilling rig, completion fleet, and facility design. As pertains to the order of permitting and drilling, we had a previously approved state and local permit for the phase 1 of this site in hand in late 2019. We executed that operation in early 2022. Shortly after we executed that operation, we submitted both local and state permits in the 2nd quarter of 2022. The Arapahoe County permitting process concluded with an approved location for the amended pad for phase 1 and phase 2 at this point in March of this year. Excuse me, January of this year.
Okay. So some of the discussion of this being a previous pad that was used and now being redone, all this was done under the previous Arapahoe rules and regulations that, and I know I'm probably going to get this wrong, but I believe it was about 1.5 months ago, 2 months ago, that it was, the rules were finalized with the now 3,000 foot setback. Is that correct?
Yes, and thank you for clarifying that point. So we saw 2 phases of Arapahoe County rulemaking this year. Phase 1 was voted in September. Phase 2 is in November. So this approval predated even phase 1 by 8 months.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have right now.
Further questions for the applicant? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. So I appreciate you clarifying the equipment that was to be used here. To me, that ends up being a really important consideration in review of the application. And I also want to note that it's part of our rules in a couple of different places. And I just want to highlight that so that you understand why Commissioner McGowan or myself or other commissioners may ask for specificity in the equipment that is being proposed in a particular application. Number one, it's required as part of the rules in 304C that specificity in the equipment is provided because there's also a number of elements included in that rule, including A through D, where specificity in that equipment is required in order to make the determinations within the cumulative impacts plan. And to me, that ultimately becomes a really important consideration in my determination of, how I review a particular application. Your cumulative impacts plan that you provided did actually contemplate the utilization of a tier 2 natural gas with battery assist. And so good to see that that's actually being proposed in real life. And what I didn't see in the cumulative impacts plan, though, and so I just have questions about it, is the contemplation of how you are analyzing and addressing cumulative impacts associated with trucking of produced water, which I think you're contemplating at about 3 to 5 truck trips per day, and whether there was any consideration in implementing Rule 304C requirements for that. And not only 304C, but the emissions estimates associated with the Form 2B that ultimately get contemplated within the cumulative impacts plan, because the cumulative impacts plan is in fact designed to show how you're avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating impacts associated with the Form 2B.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner. That's a great question. And first, I want to apologize for a couple of discrepancies in there. I know there was commissioner questions about, in one part we had tier 2 or dual fuel, and then the tier 4. Originally, we could only commit to tier 2 dual fuel in that, but thankfully we were able to impress our vendors and be able to upgrade that to the better rig. And then
actually, you did commit in that to tier 2 natural gas with battery assist. Just so
I know. In the BMPs, we actually had conflicting information. That's what I'm apologizing. Further up in the it said tier 2 dual fuel, and then in the BMPs it said the battery backup. So I just wanted to apologize for that discrepancy. And then regards to the produced water cumulative impacts. We always are trying to investigate, utilizing produced water pipeline. We analyze the existing infrastructure in the area, along with, is there disposal wells that are nearby for the produced water. In this particular case, we don't have any produced water infrastructure remotely close to the area, as well as there's no disposal well nearby. So if we did build out an infrastructure to the nearest produced water infrastructure, the truck traffic associated with building out that infrastructure would probably offset the small temporary increase in truck traffic that's associated with produced water trucking. We have that initial surge of produced water after, during flowback, but then afterwards, it definitely tapers off to, 3 to 5, and that's probably an average over the life of the pad. As you get 5-year mark, it might even be 1 or less a day. You might even get one every couple days. So we analyzed that, and that's kind of why we came to the conclusion that installing that produced water pipeline would ultimately increase more impacts in this area due to the lack of produced water infrastructure. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I actually that makes sense to me in this particular situation. I think my point is that analysis, that contemplation needs to be as part of the application, needs to be in the cumulative impacts plan, and needs to be discussed. But I do think that the argument that you're making, the showing that you're making in this particular situation, makes sense in regards to produced water. I'll also just note that Rule 304.5, which is a site equipment list, does require specificity in a list of major equipment components to be used in conjunction with drilling and operating the wells. And the statement of basis and purpose on page 85 indicates that while many of these components are part of the Commission's prior rules, however, consistent with Senate Bill 19-181 changes to the Commission's statutory authority and mission, the Commission has revised and expanded the informational submission requirements as appropriate to ensure the Director has a sufficient information to determine whether the conditions of approval of a proposed oil and gas development adequately protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. As I ask for specificity on certain equipment, that's the rule that I'm tying it to, as well as Rule 304C, or 304C 19 specifically. So a couple other questions. As I read your wildlife plan, which is a required submittal, I wonder if I could just ask a question about how that, whoever did the wildlife plan evaluated potential big game habitat in the area, understanding that the high priority habitat map layers were not present at the time of submittal of the application, although there was certainly a section in there where there was supposed to be contemplation in the wildlife plan of big game habitats, and all I saw in there was that there was kind of a showing that there was no high priority habitat maps. But I'm curious whether or not the wildlife biologists actually evaluated any big game impacts.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner. We are again, this pad is sited on the Lowry Ranch itself, and as part of our lease with Lowry Ranch, we are required by the state to conduct via a third-party wildlife expert wildlife surveys for essentially all species present on the ranch. That goes from avian species to mammals. So the impacts to the big game as presented on our plan are aligned with those yearly surveys conducted by that same firm.
So as I just FYI, so when I read the wildlife plan, that wasn't clear and that wasn't actually addressed in any kind of qualitative way. All it said is there's no high priority habitat. Kind of, that's it. Or it's not mapped high priority habitat is actually what it said. And so that information being provided, in these particular plans is certainly reasonable and necessary for me to ask for in determining whether or not there's potential impacts of that particular species, when I know that the current maps, do indicate that potentially there could be some habitat in those particular areas. So I think that's just an FYI. Now, I also will let you know that I have reached out to CPW on this particular issue, and they do not have concern about the antelope in this particular application. And as the state's expert in this, that means I don't have concerns about the antelope in this particular situation at this time. And so I appreciate you clarifying the lay flat lines, because that was a big scratching my head on that one, but the freshwater delivery ends up being important on that one. There was a public comment that was made about this potentially being either currently or at some point in the future being surrounded by houses or subdivisions. To your knowledge and your experience with Arapahoe County and their land use process, is there reasonably foreseeable land uses that are being contemplated in this particular area in a short amount of time that would indicate that there would be a significant number of homes in the vicinity of this application?
Commissioner Mesner, to our knowledge, there's no pending residential development in the area. This area, and to the south of here again is the Lowry Ranch, which is currently a state-owned, non-subdividable piece of land, and we're not aware of any pending plans to sell that off or change the ownership.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Further questions for the panel? Ms. Jost, just with regard to the Arapahoe County approval that occurred in January of 2023, I'm just clarifying for the record that that is a vested right.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Commissioner McGowan?
I don't have any more questions, but I'd like to say a few things about how this particular application is giving me angst. And that I feel like the commission is kind of in a catch-22 with this particular application. So I want to just give some background before I figure out what I want to do here. So I want to acknowledge that but for the fact that the commission knows what's going to happen in this whole area, the Lowry area, and it's been slated for development by the state land board for oil and gas development, for ranching. So I acknowledge that. I find it is difficult for me to look at this piecemeal because I know that we are potentially going to be considering an entire development area that includes this particular location. But I also acknowledge that you're using an existing site, you're using strategies and equipment to avoid and minimize impacts, which are important. But I think that there is a community whose expectation is that this development will be looked at as a whole. And as a commissioner, I'm concerned that we are not taking this in totality and how it will fit in with what we're going to be potentially reviewing as an entire application and a much larger area with larger impacts. And is this going to be aligned with where roads are going to be placed, where you're going to say that you're going to be consolidating locations and potentially production facilities, and the potential ability to minimize where we're putting tanks, for example, and lines. And so and then this testimony that there's this obligation to show progress with your lease with the state land board. That being said, I feel like there was a narrative when we listened to the box elder cap about things that couldn't happen, and we're about to hear something that's very different from what was discussed for the box elder cap. So I'm trying to figure out what's really happening here and what avenues I have to make decisions. And then I'm going to layer on another kind of thing that I'm struggling with, which is for people who are listening, you all don't have to submit a cap at all. You could just keep individually submitting to us individual OGDP cap applications, and taken individually, they look pretty good from a perspective of, are they protective and are you minimizing? So I'm just letting you know what I've been thinking about and what I've been trying to figure out. And I have been looking very hard at 307B3, which is a stay from the commission, where we think that we need additional analysis and information to make a decision, where we find that it's necessary to do so. And for me, that fits in because I know that there's going to be a cap, and this should, in my mind, be a part of that cap application as a whole. So I haven't really figured out what I'm going to do yet, but I'm letting folks know what I am struggling with, and I would welcome thoughts from other commissioners. And I know I've started deliberation, sorry, but
It's okay.
I just wanted folks to know what I'm.
Yeah, I think we're at
going
the
back and forth about.
deliberative stage, so I appreciate the comments and commentary. I mean, I appreciate the recognition that our rules do not require a cap. And I think that's important for folks that are listening in to understand that. At this time, we've got a application that's not gotten through completeness. I think that the commission must honor our protective rules and regulations. And at least this commissioner is comfortable that this application fits within our rules and regulations. It is protective. They are doing all of the best management practices that we ask for them to do. And I believe, at least in my mind, we need to act upon this based upon what's submitted before us. I think we did hear from the applicant a reasonable explanation as to why there's the cap in the one hand and there's this one in the other hand. I think we and I don't think we should feel embarrassed or ashamed that we've got an application before us that meets the most protective regulations in the world. That's a good thing. That's what we're trying to encourage. The fact that the applicant is going to go forward with the cap is also a good thing, and we should encourage that as well. I think we can have both, and we should be proud of both. Others with deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Commissioner McGowan that you're thinking about this in that way. I mean, I think that is I think it's certainly a reasonable point of view. I also think Chairman Robbins' point of view is also a reasonable point of view. I think it's interesting because in my experience, at least with general local government land use, if there's reasonably foreseeable knowledge that you're going to be contemplating additional development, then oftentimes rules contemplate incorporating that into an application, right? And so I think that's a similar concept as what you're talking about, so that there's not development that gets strung along in order to be able to not meet certain requirements associated with major development, so that it stays as a minor development or things like that. But there's also specific rules prohibiting that within those local government land use regulations. And I don't think we have that level of specificity in our rules currently that would discourage necessarily that specific type of activity. I think this becomes a different question because there are certain rules involving the cap that would involve significant changes to the caps, particularly in caps that are already approved. But as this one's in the pipeline, has not been even deemed complete, and no decisions have been made on this cap, whether or not it's even approvable or not. I think this applicant does have the ability to submit individual OGDP in this particular situation. I appreciate that the applicant is contemplating utilizing the impacts associated with this particular location in their cumulative impacts plan that would be submitted as part of the cap. I don't know, as the operator is hiding the fact that this, certainly is contiguous or within the cap boundaries. I do acknowledge that this is on state land board land. That land has historically been anticipated to be utilized for oil and gas development. And so it's not an unknown land use that was contemplated in this particular area, but rather a known land use for a very long time that was contemplated in this particular area. I understand that the local government has, provided an approval for this particular location. I also understand that the local government has updated or continues to update their local oil and gas regulations. I appreciate that the local governments continue to evolve their oil and gas regulations, and look forward to continuing to work with Arapahoe County on future developments under those new oil and gas regulations. I think this particular application, though, however, is being reviewed under previous oil and gas regulations, as is probably appropriate for their local government retroactivity of their land use planning. I think that there's some really good things about this particular application. I think the utilization of a tier 2 natural gas engine with battery assist has clearly been shown to significantly reduce emissions that this commission is concerned about. I think the commitment to utilize tier 4 engines in their completions activities is important. I think the utilization of group 3 mud, which has the least emissions associated with it, is also to be commended. I think to have oil and gas takeaway from location in order to minimize truck traffic is essential in this particular application. And I appreciate that they're minimizing surface impacts associated with this by utilizing an existing pad. In consultation that I had individually with CPW, if this was being contemplated on an area that did not have its existing disturbance, I think their opinion on the potential impacts associated with this may be very different. I also had some questions about the determination of the waiver of the alternative location analysis associated with the third-party biologist determination that there was no wetlands available. There was some conflation there because it was determined that it was a wetlands when the applicant asked for a waiver for chemical storage within 500 feet. It was also determined that the chemical storage was not going to be within 500 feet. And so a waiver was not necessary, but it did acknowledge a wetlands in that particular situation. But the ALA was waived on that wetlands not having or not being there or not being significant enough to potentially cause impacts to wildlife habitat. I also, although CPW was not consulted in this either by staff or by the applicant, I did ask CPW to do a desktop review of that, and it was determined that they did not have concerns with the ALA waiver in this particular situation, again, because they were okay with the utilization of an existing surface impact, an existing pad. You know, I think the cumulative impacts plan on this particular application, and I understand that this is a relatively boilerplate cumulative impacts plan that's being utilized by this operator. I think it really lacks the detail necessary to meet the obligations associated with 304C19. I think it lacks the qualitative and quantitative analysis in particular situations, and really lacks the ability to show how it's avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating offsets associated with Form 2B and other elements incorporated with the plan. I can individually analyze the application and the testimony that's provided by the applicant and make a determination on this particular situation, primarily because of the equipment that's been committed to in this particular situation, and understanding the emissions and and other associated impacts associated with this operation. But I don't know moving forward whether I'm comfortable with that level of detail ever being provided in a cumulative impacts plan. In both 304C19 as well as the site equipment list being needing to be specific as part of our rules. I'm being long-winded here, and I apologize for that. I didn't mean to be long-winded, but I want to make sure that I'm clear with the record. And so ultimately, I would vote to approve this location based on the information that I've provided. But I do also want to make it very clear that I do not think that the operator has submitted adequate information in at least two of the elements included in the application prior to today's hearing in reviewing this. And so that doesn't change my decision that I think it's approvable, but I want to highlight that that may not be the case in future applications.
Further deliberative thoughts from the commissioners? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be quite brief on this one. I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the operator addressing my numerous written questions during their presentation today. Thank you. That was very helpful. I also wanted to clarify, pursuant to the public comment today, that this commission doesn't review or approve power plants, as was mentioned during public comment. Wanted to make sure that was on the record. I also had a lot of thought over this one regarding inclusion in the cap or lack thereof, and so I appreciate the detailed conversation that we've had today, and I would concur with you, Mr. Chair, and recognize that the cap process is voluntary and one that I would continue to encourage And while we had some discussion over the inclusion or lack thereof of this OGDP into the CAP process at Lowry Ranch and others gives us a much greater opportunity to consider things on a cumulative basis. And I want to make sure that we continue to encourage that and understand that some degree of flexibility from time to time might be required. I also wanted to say that I very much appreciate Commissioner McGowan's ongoing and continual sensitivity and attention to how the things that we review here impact individuals and communities, and listen intently to her comments when she talks about those impacts. I did appreciate the 3 public comments today that expressed concern, and wanted to note that the first one was specific to this OGDP, and it specifically addressed overall health and cumulative impact assessment concerns, which again makes me appreciate the further conversation we've had about the inclusion of this or lack thereof in the CAP and the cumulative impacts plan. I would note that this OGDP, as all OGDPs, will be included, well, the impacts of this OGDP will be included in the statewide cumulative impacts plan that's required every year, and is not devoid of assessment of cumulative impacts, even despite its lack of inclusion in the CAP. The subsequent 2 comments that were expressed pointed concerns with the overall practice of continuing oil and gas development in the state, which in my opinion are not the subject of this hearing, but rather are more applicable to state oil and gas policy discussions. Nonetheless, I do appreciate those comments and take them into account. I do, as Commissioner Messner particularly and others pointed out, appreciate and agree with the strong BMPs that were outlined as part of this, and appreciate the coordination with the State Land Board and the requirements that they also have imposed as a separate state agency. And I also, as a side note almost, because we didn't talk much about this, appreciate the operator agreeing to slightly strengthen their commitment regarding swift fox protection in the wildlife mitigation plan, and would note that that would likely need to be included in the motion pursuant to their commitment. Appreciate that. They did very strongly take into consideration swift fox in the wildlife plan, and I wanted to point that out and credit them with that. But this slightly strengthens and clarifies the actions that need to be taken in certain circumstances. That said, I've been pondering the issue of HPH associated with this as well, and pronghorn. And I wanted to address that just briefly and remind the public that we update high priority habitat maps ideally each year, and so far each year, in order to maintain the most real-time data available from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And this application was submitted and initiated under the HPH maps that existed previous to the latest iteration, which placed this location outside of HPH, which is now pursuant to the most current maps inside of HPH. Wanted to clarify that the Administrative Procedure Act, which governs the application of regulations, not just by this agency, but by all agencies, specifies that the regulations in place at the time an application is made are generally applicable to that application. And as one commissioner, it's very important to me that I want to protect the integrity and the predictability of the HPH map updates in order to continue to make sure that everybody is working under the best real-time data. And in order to do that, I find it imperative to honor the process of the existing previous HPH maps being in place at the time of initiation of this regulation, or of this application, excuse me. So, Mr. Chair, I do think this is an approvable application, and appreciate the conversation that we've had here today. And once again, also the considerable work that's gone into this application, and the considerable modifications that have taken place throughout its lifetime.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Thank you to all the commissioners for the deliberative thoughts. Any further thoughts? Does anyone care to make a motion? Commissioner Cross?
I would move for approval of this application. I just want to make sure that I note the right things in here, making sure it's added that they would use the natural gas battery engine that was discussed, as well as the condition of approval related to the game cameras. that was brought up with respect to the Swift Fox. Don't think I missed any others. So I'd move.
AG Mercer.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Those were the two on my list as well. So just to clarify, it's commitment to tier 2 natural gas with battery assist for the drilling rig engines, and to make the existing BMP regarding Swift Fox firm commitments so that the operator will place cameras if dens are located and will consult with CPW if animals are seen.
So
do you incorporate those comments?
Yes.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
4 ayes and 1 no. The motion carries. The OGDP is approved and will move forward. Thank you, Ms. Jost. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for the deliberative thoughts on this matter. We've got one other matter before us today. I know I could use a break to take some lunch. It is 12:44. Maybe come back at 1:45. It's an hour. Okay. We'll be back at 1:45. Okay. Welcome. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is December 20th at 1:45. We are going to be called back to order. We have one remaining docket before us, docket 230700247, an oil and gas development plan proposed by Crestone Peak Resources, called the King 3-6528-29 OGDP. We do have 2 public commenters, and I know that we also have a member of our staff that is going to comment. Why don't we start with a member of our staff, Mr. Frizzle?
Yes, I'm actually unsure which one you are referring to. I was not notified I would be a panelist, so I'm happy to comment on anything that you can matter, but I just got promoted, so.
Oh,
Mr. Robbins,
I thought
elevated someone incorrectly. If we want to do the public commenters first, I'll make sure we get the correct member of staff elevated. Apologies again.
Okay, great. Sorry to put you on the spot there. All right. 2 people signed up for public comment. The first is Kevin Chan.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to comment. I had meant to sign up for the last OGDP. I did raise my hand to, at least say something was wrong. Chat is disabled, so I couldn't really, express that I wanted to comment on a different OGDP. But, I think this just goes back to, community input, disproportionately impacted communities, and cumulative impacts, and all the things that you have been, the commission has been trying to address, right? I'm not paid to be here. I'm actually working at my computer right now while trying to listen to things that are going to affect, the health and safety of my community. And not only that, the communities, by one of the Superfund sites that's leaking 1,4-dioxane like 2 square meters up, or 2 square miles up, right? So when we talk about this, and we do have public listening sessions and comments, I still don't think that we're being heard as a community. And I would typically try to rally my community to make comments at these things, but I'm well aware that the 2As and well expansions are a little bit hard to fight, especially when they're going under previous rules. So you can see that I don't want to waste energy and effort on something that I don't think really has an impact, right? my original comment was just to say that, you know, with knowing that we have the Superfund site, right? Like I just wanted to make note that, you know, Box Elder is right above the Superfund site. And, you know, we are really concerned with the seismicity issue. You know, Conoco has dumped things there in the 60s and finally was designated in, you know, by the EPA as Superfund site in the 80s. So when we really talk about cumulative impacts, I'm really looking at the whole picture, not just piecemeal, you know, OGDPs or, you know, any one thing in general. And when we zoom out on, you know, the ECMC website and we can see all these different wells, you know, how is this going to impact the existing leak of 1,4-dioxane? How are we measuring seismicity at such a sensitive location? Right. I think that, you know, these high priority habitats and, you know, these sensitive areas that have been known to leak chemicals, they need to be taken into account. And, you know, I just want to take a few moments to, you know, just circle back to the conversation of, you know, what does it mean for a community to talk about cumulative impact? Are we focusing on one narrow spectrum? Or, you know, are we actually doing our due diligence and looking outside to saying, hey, what else can go wrong and how are we mitigating this? And I think, you know, partnering with the EPA, who has definitely said that they do share our concerns about the EPA Superfund site is one aspect, right? Like we as a community just want to feel safe that, you know, the appropriate seismic studies are done around these certain sites at these sensitive locations. So again, I really do thank you, but I really do think that we can be doing better. You know, especially when, you know, this is not my full-time job. And, you know, you know, I know Civitas or Crestone Peak or whoever they're representing today, you know, they're up for a profit. You guys are here paid employees of the state. And, you know, I can't always keep up with all this stuff. I wasn't even notified of the OGDP going through. And nobody really, or even an ability to make a comment of said OGDP until, you know, you guys had already made your, you know, decision. So I really do feel that community is at a disadvantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. We would encourage you to participate with us in our cumulative impact rulemaking that's going to be ongoing for the next couple of months if you desire to do so. I think a lot of your comments are more general, relevant to that, but we thank you for being with us this afternoon. Okay, at this point, I would like to elevate Emily Waldron, a member of our staff who had something to clarify.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and happy holidays. I just wanted to let you know that due to a technological glitch during the OGDP review process of the Crestone King, only half of the operators agreed to CDPH BMPs saved to the Form 2. The complete list of agreed upon CDPHE BMPs was included in the application as an attachment to the director's recommendation, and they can all be viewed there. The BMPs that did not save will be added to the Form 2 after today's hearing prior to any final approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Waldron. Any questions from commissioners? All right, then we're going to return to public comment. Good afternoon, Mr. Boygan. Good to see you. You have signed up for public comment on this OGDP.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you. Good to see you, commissioners. Good afternoon. Happy holidays to all of you. I'm Howard Boygan, resident of Denver, Colorado. I'm an attorney, and I'm appearing today on behalf of the surface owners of the land covered by Crestone's pending OGDP application, docket number 230700247. The surface owners support this application and urge its speedy approval. The location covered by the application is on the Aurora Energy and Technology Center being developed by my clients. It's part of the Aurora Highlands planned mixed-use community in the city of Aurora, south of the airport, east of E470. When finished, the Aurora Highlands will contain some 12,500 homes and 60,000 residents. and will include the full range of schools, businesses, office space, healthcare providers, and other social, cultural, and economic impact activity of a thriving community. The Energy and Technology Center, or ATEC, is on the eastern edge of the project. It was acquired and is designed to accommodate energy and other light industrial operations and segregate them from the residential community. We began negotiations with Crestone's predecessor, ConocoPhillips, in 2017 regarding relocation of their planned drilling in this area to the ATEC. After extensive negotiations, we reached agreement in October 2018, which resulted in the creation of 6 drilling locations in the ATEC. Conoco drilled 4 wells each on 2 of those locations, and then they stopped drilling as they prepared to sell their assets. Crestone acquired Conoco's assets in this area in 2020. Since that time, we've engaged in extensive negotiations with Crestone regarding these locations and have recrafted the ConocoPhillips agreements to reflect current circumstances. That has resulted in the elimination of 2 locations, moving another, and consolidation of 2 locations into 1. It's that consolidated location that's before you today. But I want to point out that these discussions resulted in reducing the number of locations from 6 to 3. The consolidated location reflects elimination of the originally proposed King North location and consolidation of its proposed wells onto the existing King South location, which already has 4 wells. This avoids new surface impacts, accommodates planned surface development, and avoids drainage issues that the King North site would have presented. Crestone has been responsive to our concerns, and we're particularly pleased that they agreed to consolidate locations, which has been very helpful to our surface planning. Under Crestone's proposed plan, production is expected to commence in the 4th quarter of 2024. This is critical from my client's standpoint because it will precede surface development in the ATEC. Therefore, we urge the Commission to grant approval of this application so that drilling can begin as soon as possible in the coming year to meet this deadline. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boygan. Appreciate you being with us. Do any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Boygan, for being here and sharing your information. I'm a little curious, since these negotiations have been going on so long and the contemplation of this has been going on so long, that in the initial approval of the box elder cap, that the city of Aurora was so adamant about not utilizing this location.
I'm not sure I can answer that question, but thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. We were, I will have to say, surprised by the reaction of the city. We thought consolidation would be in everyone's best interest. We thought the city would be supportive. And I have to think that part of it was maybe the lack of full opportunity to consider all the ramifications of consolidation in this particular area. The staff report itself had recommended that the originally proposed location either be moved or consolidated. So I'm not sure I have an answer for you. We have worked closely with the city. We're in a very constructive relationship with the city, and I believe Crestone is as well. And the city has reviewed this application. Crestone's going to tell us today, as my understanding, what the status is of the city's approval, but we've understood that the city has had no issues with this consolidated location. So that's about the best I can do, I think, on that one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the response.
All right. Commissioners, I probably should have started out with this. In a former life, I was an attorney that represented the city of Aurora in some of those preliminary discussions as referenced by Mr. Boygan. I do not believe that results in a conflict, and I stand ready to be a commissioner with an unbiased approach to this. So that's my revelation concerning potential conflict. If anyone believes there's a concern, I think we're supposed to give you guys a chance to determine if you think I've got a conflict. So sorry to spring that on you. I'd kind of forgotten about it, but it's been a while since I was in that former capacity. Seeing no objections, we will continue now with hearing from the attorney from the applicant. Ms. Jost, it looks like you've got the same panel as last time. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chair, that is accurate. The exact same panel.
Can I just remind everybody that just as with the last panel, you're all under oath to tell the truth? I'm seeing shaking of heads, and AG Mercer is giving me a thumbs up that we can allow that to proceed with our panel. So, Ms. Jost, you are recognized.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again. Okay, Chair, can you see the full screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, again, good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost, and I am, along with my partner, Kelsey Wazelinki, represent Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC in this King 3-65-2829 OGDP and docket number 2307-00247. Going. We would like to thank the City of Aurora for its participation in the local permitting process and its approval of the oil and gas location subject to this OGDP, as well as the ECMC staff and director for their efforts on the OGDP, as well as the box elder cap under which this OGDP was filed. We'd also like to thank Mr. Boygan and his client's thoughtful comments on this application today. As a refresher, the box elder cap was approved by this commission in order number 535-1396 on November 2nd, 2022. The order established an approximate 37,520 acre cap in the application lands for the development of oil, gas, and associated hydrocarbons from the Niobrara, Codell, Greenhorn, and J-Sand formations. During the cap hearing, Crestone presented information on a proposed location, but did not seek preliminary approval for a King North 3-6-2829 oil and gas location as part of its cap. After the cap approval, as just discussed by Mr. Boygan, Crestone engaged in extensive discussions with the surface owner and redesigned the existing King 365-28-29 pad, the oil and gas location that is up for approval today, and is using the King 3-65-28-29 pad as the substitute location for the King North 3-6-28-29 pad that you heard during the cap presentations. Since the proposed King 3-65-28-29 pad is not subject to preliminary siting approval, this OGDP did progress through the traditional OGDP review process. The location is in the northern area of the box elder cap and is within the City of Aurora. One comment we'd like to make is we did delete the original slide 5 from the presentation that was submitted last week because the preliminary siting approval was not applicable here. And unfortunately, that was just left in. So we did delete that from the presentation today because it does not apply. And we wanted to make sure everything was clarified on that basis. For the terms of the OGDP submittal, Crestone complied with all notice requirements for the OGDP by providing written notice of the completeness determination, the application and exhibits, and the notice of hearing to 149 interested parties. And we published the OGDP notice of hearing in Adams, Arapahoe, and Denver counties. No formal petitions were filed, and the director determined that the King OGDP complies with all applicable requirements of the rules and recommends approval to the commission. Crestone appreciates the questions we did receive from the commissioners, and we will address those questions in the presentation today. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Dan Harrington for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Jost, and thank you again, commissioners, for having the opportunity to present this proposed oil and gas development plan. Here's our overview slide. The King 365-28-29 OGDP represents a 3,840 acre development area. developing 3 DSUs from 1 expanded oil and gas site in Southeast Section 28. The relevant local government is the City of Aurora, and as of today, we have an approved permit from the City of Aurora. There are no RBUs within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface, no schools, HOBU or DOAA, no high priority habitat. We are in DIC, but there are no RBUs within 2,000 feet. No ALA was required and no public comments were received. Our CDPHE consultation took place on the 1st of November, and CPW did not elect to consult beyond the initial box elder cap consultation. Jamie, excuse me, Ms. Joseph, if you don't mind jumping back to the prior slide, I might address some of the commissioner questions about the relationship of the box elder to the box elder cap here. So we did receive one question. Is the intent to identify this location as an amended surface location within the box elder cap subject to all stipulations in the cap? And the answer to that is yes. At a very late hour during the cap approval process, we withdrew our request for preliminary siting analysis for the King North box that you see on the map there, knowing that the surface owner had a desire for us to consolidate that location onto the King South. At the time, we had not yet received approval from the city to relocate that site to the King South location. So we simply withdrew preliminary siting analysis and committed to progressing the OGDP as a standalone in whatever location it landed in the general area. The development area remains the same. The well count remains the same. The surface location has simply moved about 1/3 of a mile from where it was depicted on the map. But generally, yes, all of the stipulations of the cap will apply to this location because it is the King location as represented in the cap. Another question we had is to explain what changed from our approval of the application, the request to use the existing site. Does the commission need to amend the cap to reflect this change? Will we see additional consolidation of sites in the cap? And I'll also address here, I think, the pending question about the City of Aurora's siting for these. So the City of Aurora carefully evaluated individual pad sightings during the creation of the Aurora Operator Agreement with Conoco. And in general, and as you heard from Mr. Moore during the cap hearing, the city's desire was and is for the operator to execute the sites as proposed in the operator agreement. As I stated, though, during the box elder approval process, the landowner, Aurora Highlands, expressed a strong desire to consolidate the King North onto the King South site. In deference to that, we did withdraw that PSA from the King North site. After the cap is approved, Crestone and the landowner approached the city together to seek an exception to the OA siting, an amendment to move the King North location onto the King South. The city reviewed that request in light of both the surface owner's desire and its own priorities, and in this case, granted the consolidation request. The King consolidation was a special case driven by the landowner's preference, and Crestone does not anticipate further box elder site consolidations. Next question, is the operator committed to no longer using the King North location for future operations? That is correct. The King South replaces the King North. Another question, is this tying into the approved cap infrastructure? Can you explain how? And the answer to that also is yes. King will share the same oil and gas takeaway infrastructure as the other box elder sites along Monahan Road just to the east of the proposed oil and gas location. Another question, one of the COAs for the box elder cap is to have oil pipeline in place before production can begin. Please confirm Crestone will comply with this, and that is confirmed. Oil pipeline will be in place in time. And another COA for the box elder cap was expanded community engagement for the King location extended out to 1 mile. Was this requirement complied with? And the answer is yes. Crestone has been in continuous communication with the landowner and associated parties, as you just heard from Mr. Boynian. And we did work to align this site with their overall development plans. The City of Aurora actually waived our regular neighborhood meeting requirement for the site due to the complete lack of RBUs within 1 mile of the site. And I believe that is all the CAP-related questions. So Ms. Jost, if you don't mind skipping ahead 2 slides, we can continue with the presentation. This is a map of our proposed DSU. Creston does hold interest in each of the drilling and spacing units. We're proposing 12 new wells, 6 wells into DSU 1, 5 wells into DSU 2, and 1 well into DSU 3. The Niobrara Formation is present and continuous under all application lands, and our 330-foot productive setback interval is supported by engineering testimony. Go to the next slide, please. This is a map depicting our offset well status. As you can see, there are a number of horizontal wells already in place in the vicinity. All 13 of those horizontal wells are still producing and will continue to produce through the King drilling and completion. Additionally, we do have 1 legacy non-op vertical well that was re-entered and replugged by Crestone in 2021 in the development. Go to the next slide. Thank you. Our operational timeline will have pad construction in Q1 of 2022, drilling in Q2 of 2022, completions in Q3, and the production phase will start in Q4. We had no ALA criteria. We had no RBUs within 2,000 feet. There is an RBU 3,800 feet away, but that RBU is abandoned and slated for destruction. Closest occupied RBU is over a mile away. No working pads, no WPS within 2,000 feet of the RBU within DI community, and no HPH here. Slide, please. City of Aurora is the relevant local government. The City of Aurora approved the siting of the King 365-2829 in an amendment to the Aurora Crestone Operator Agreement earlier this year. And for the specific site permit, local permits were submitted in August of this year in accordance with the terms of the operator agreement, and are no longer currently in technical review from the city, as we just received the approved permit this morning. Again, due to the lack of proximate RBUs, Aurora waived our requirement for a neighborhood meeting. As you can see, there's nothing within a mile of the pad. The 1 homestead to the northwest is abandoned and is getting demolished. So no public comments were registered ahead of today. All right, our BMPs, this should look familiar from our presentation a couple hours ago. We're committing to using 3 drilling fluids to minimize odors. We're committing to carefully handling drill cuttings in closed containers and trucking off site. Committing to having oil pipeline in place prior to the production phase for new wells. Gas also will flow to pipelines connected to the site. Civitas did submit the electrical connection application to Excel Energy for this site in March 2023. The status of electrification is still pending Excel review. We don't have an answer yet. We fully anticipate that electrification of the facility in time for the production phase will be feasible, and electrification prior to the drilling phase is pending Excel's capacity and build-out timeline. And if we do not get to an electrified drilling rig, same edit as before, we will commit to using a drilling rig with Type 4 or better power for this site. Next slide, please. Thank you. Air and odor, again, oil will be transported via pipeline. Maintenance emissions will be controlled. Tanks will have blowers in addition to ECDs. We will utilize Group 3 muds. We will perform air monitoring for the life of the well, a plan for which has been approved by CDPHE, and we will have an electrified production facility. We did receive our director's recommendation on the 30th of November for approval. can see the terms here. And so we would request of this commission approval of our 3840 acre 12 well King 365 2829 OGDP for development from one existing expanded multi-well oil and gas location, and that you find that the King OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts. And with that, thank you for your time. We're available for questions.
Great.
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead, Ms. Jost.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I was just saying, thank you, Mr. Harrington. And I do have one question for Mr. Harrington, if I may, for a clarification. Mr. Harrington, is it fair to say that Crestone will use a Type 4 equivalent, which is a Type 2 natural gas rig with a battery backup?
That's correct. If I spoke too quickly, that is the intention. We'll use a Type 4 equivalent rig, which could be a Type 2 natural gas rig with battery backup.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you. And that wraps up our presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Similar presentation as before. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. So thank you, Ms. Jost, for that clarification there, because that was going to be one of my questions, because there is a discrepancy between the CDPHE BMPs and what was provided in the slides. And so that's helpful. Similar to the last application, the cumulative impacts plan doesn't contemplate any of the technologies that are, well, most of the technologies you're contemplating today are not being contemplated in the cumulative impacts plan. And so it's difficult for me to evaluate the cumulative impacts plan and any potential considerations of how you're analyzing and addressing cumulative impacts on the 2B and other impacts without a clear determination of what site equipment that you're proposing within an application, and how you're both quantifying and qualifying those offsets, those impacts. I'm not seeing any offsets or anything associated with this application, but that cumulative impacts plan is where I would ultimately hope to see and understand whether there is or isn't, right? You don't have to have offsets. And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what technologies you were contemplating in the cumulative impacts plan, what technologies you were contemplating in the Form 2Bs, whether the technologies that you're contemplating today are different than those, and if they are different, how you're going to rectify the 2B to ensure that what's submitted is accurate.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I appreciate your feedback and guidance on that cumulative impacts plan. We will be updating that cumulative impacts plan to be more comprehensive and include a lot of the information you're talking about. I want to put that out there. I took your feedback from the last session, and I'll take it from this session, and we'll be updating those cumulative impacts plan to be more comprehensive going forward. And my apologies, they don't contain the information you need. In regards to, yes, the Form 2B does factor in a Tier 2 dual fuel rig, and we can work with staff to update those pre-production emission numbers on the Form 2B prior to approval, if that pleases the Commission, to reflect the updated numbers for utilizing the Type 2 natural gas with battery backup setup that we plan on utilizing. I hope that answers your question. And again, my apologies on the cumulative impacts plan.
Thanks for that. That answers my question for the drilling rig. It's not clear in your cumulative impacts plan what engines you were contemplating for completions activities, whether you were contemplating the utilization of Group 3 drilling mud, and whether or not any truck traffic associated with produced water was contemplated in your cumulative impacts plan and or Form 2B?
Thanks for the follow-up. We will be using Group 3 drilling mud, and I thought we had included that, but I trust that it's not in there. It will be included in the future, and we are using Type 4 equivalent completion fleet at this location. That's kind of our standard.
I understand what you committed to today. I'm asking whether that is what you were contemplating the equipment being utilized when you developed the numbers for the Form 2B.
The only difference is the rig. That's the only thing that we have updated. And we were able to, at the time when we submitted this, we didn't have line of sight on this rig setup, but we were able to secure that. So we wanted to kind of put that out there for you guys that we are going to use that, but we will reflect the numbers on the Form 2B for this new drilling rig setup, but it does contemplate all the other commitments.
Okay. One of the BMPs that was suggested by CDPHE has language in it that I have to be honest with you, makes me scratch my head, which is operator will use electric drill rigs if available and will demonstrate best effort if unable to utilize them. I understand that today you're committing to Tier 4 equivalent drilling rigs. At the same time, I understand that you've submitted an application for an electrical connection application with Excel, at least for the electrification of the production facility, which you've committed to. Was that application to Excel also to contemplate electrification of the drill rig? And I ask this not because I'm asking you to do anything. I'm asking this because I have to, again, understand if you're committing to a certain BMP or if we're providing a BMP, I need to understand, what it is that you're committing to and what you're proposing. And so I'm just trying to be clear here.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Our issue here remains the same, is that the review and approval process through Excel remains regulatorily and technically complicated with long time frames. We did apply for this permit fully a year before drilling was contemplated to start, and we don't yet have a clear answer of whether or not we can get an electrified drilling rig. So it's difficult for us to commit to an electrical drilling BMP because it's out of our hands. This is one of the drivers in us investing in a Type 4 equivalent drilling rig, so we can provide equivalent or nearly equivalent protections and have it more in our control.
So I think what I heard you say is that you did include the requesting the capacity necessary for an electric drill rig in that application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then I know that Jeffrey Moore, at least last time I looked, was in the participant list. I understand you have a local government approval, but as the local government designee for the city of Aurora, I wonder if we could elevate him, because I am curious to ask the same question that I asked former Commissioner Boygan about why the city was so adamant that this proposed location not be utilized during the Box Elder cap application, but now it seems like this is a preferred location for them. Is it possible to elevate him?
Yes, we're in the process of doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you so much for the question and allowing me to speak this afternoon. This is Jeffrey Moore. I'm the manager of the Energy and Environment Division for the City of Aurora. I have been attending the meeting, and I did hear the question from Commissioner Messner, and happy to proceed with an answer there.
Thank you.
There were a number of changes that have been made since the cap, the box elder cap was under review and approved by the commission. We did express during those proceedings a preference in the city in the sense that most of our oil and gas locations are an average of about 8 wells per site. And so that is not a requirement, but it is certainly the average and the preference that we have evaluated in the past that would be most appropriate for our jurisdiction. In terms of the specifics for the King, what was originally the King North and has now been moved to an expansion of the King South, there were a couple of specific issues there. While I don't speak for the surface owner, there is not, I can tell you from the city's perspective, there is not yet a fully approved master plan in this particular area, which is to say that there's still some ongoing changes in terms of what may be placed around these wells in the future. So the surface owners' plans are still, were at the time when this was first, when the changes were made, was still somewhat in flux. So we want to be responsive to those. That was the first consideration. The second consideration was after evaluation by Rural Water and the Mile High Flood District, there was concern about the proximity of the King North location to an existing drainage. Both expressed concerns at the time that the King North itself was actually going through approval process at the city about the proximity to the drainage. Based on the language in the operator agreement at the time, the city was not able to use the terms of the operator agreement to prohibit drilling at the King North location. However, based on the request by Crestone and the surface owner to consolidate those locations, we believe that it was advantageous to the city to make that consolidation. It would remove the concerns of the King North location to that existing drainage, remove the concern there, and utilize an existing location nearby to provide the additional wells to be drilled. Again, as Mr. Harrington spoke earlier, we've confirmed there are no RBUs within 1 mile of this location. And during our process for the King South Phase 2, we did not receive any public comment on this particular location.
Mr. Moore, I really appreciate you being here. That is super helpful in my deliberative process to better understand the disposition of the local government. Because while I actually was not sitting as a commissioner because I was on leave during the box elder hearing, I did review the hearing, and so I was scratching my head a little bit on that one. But that makes sense, your explanation. So I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. If I might add one more note as well, in addition to that change that was requested in the operator agreement, removing the King North, and I will confirm that the King North location has been legally removed from the operator agreement, so it is no longer a valid location in the city. In addition to making that change to the King South, Crestone also agreed to remove another location, future location in the city. So that was advantageous to the city as well.
Also helpful, and that'd be great to put in the cumulative impacts plan as a potential offset, as things are being evaluated for cumulative impacts, just FYI. One other question, because I'm a little unsure about what an electoral connection application consists of, or what's proprietary or what's not proprietary, but for future knowledge, is that something that can be submitted as part of an application to better understand what is being asked for?
Thank you for the question. I want to make sure I understand. Are you
sorry,
asking?
Sorry, Mr. Moore, I was not asking you that. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I was asking.
I was going to clarify. Yeah, I think that's for the applicant.
I probably would have, thrown you for a loop on that one. But,
if I may, Commissioner, clarify your question. Are you asking whether a copy of the permit request be included to Excel be included in the ECMC application?
Yes. Whether or not that would be appropriate or not. I'm not saying I'm requiring it. I'm not sure whether there's proprietary or specific information in that may not be appropriate to be in a public process. But at the same time, I think better understanding what that application process looks like and what to ask for, I think could certainly bolster an application that potentially includes language like best efforts towards electrification.
I don't think I can answer that live. I'll need to consult with my electrical engineering experts and as well as Excel Energy. I do think evidence of permit request submittal to Excel would be easy to do, at least the request was made if you'd like to see that.
And if I'll add to that, and if I may, we can add that to the cumulative impacts plan as well. Just a timeline of what we submitted for, as well, just so you have the understanding of that timeline as it sits when the application is submitted. If we can't submit that application that we submit to Excel.
Thanks for answering my questions. I don't have any further questions right now, Mr. Chair.
Other questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could get clarification on one point, and I know that you said that there was not the neighborhood meeting because there was nobody within 1 mile, no RBUs within 1 mile. But I believe you also said notice was sent out to, you said 147 interested parties. Could you provide a little more detail on that?
Yes, I'm happy to take that one. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So yes, through the OGDP process, once the OGDP hit completeness, the 7-day completeness letter, which is quite a large packet, the application and the notice of hearing itself, as well as the exhibits to the application, are actually sent by our office under your rules to each of the interested parties. And so that was 149 interested parties who actually received the completeness packet, application, exhibits, and notice of hearing. And in that notice of hearing, it does provide the public comment date and the petition date as well.
And did you have any feedback from some of those interested parties aside from the public comment that we heard today?
We did not.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, I need to take a break for about 10 minutes. Let's return at 2:41. Thank you. All right, we are back on the docket before us, 2307-00247. Before we move to deliberations, are there any further questions from commissioners? Seeing no further questions, we move to deliberations. Does someone desire to initiate deliberations? Commissioner Messner.
I was trying to give it like a 10-second pause there to see if anyone else wanted to talk, but I was looking at you, Commissioner Cross. So I'm happy to start. So obviously, first thing I looked at is a location that, well, this is a modification to an existing cap. And in reviewing the rules associated with modifications to existing caps, I looked to see if, what was necessary as far as reviewing this and to better understand what I needed to review it under. And there's a couple of things there. So one, it could be interpreted in the rules and rules 314 that a modification of an existing significant change to an existing cap, would require a re-review of certain elements of the cap itself. In this particular situation, I think that this was a location that was contemplated in the director's recommendation associated with this cap. I think it was a location that was actually preferred in the director's recommendation inside this cap. I think that through the process of reviewing the cap and the hearing that was associated with that, it was the applicant's referral and the city of Aurora's referral that the initially proposed site inside the cap was utilized. So the king, whichever king that was, to this one versus this one, which was the staff preferred location. Understanding that now the applicant and the city of Aurora are choosing to consolidate, which is something that we encourage in our rules, activities on this location. I don't find it necessary to re-review elements of the cap, even though I think moving of a location is potentially a significant change in other scenarios. And so just to understand how I'm looking at that, I think it was important to make that point. Like this particular application, the submittals associated with it, I think generally speaking, it was a little bit difficult to clearly understand what was being proposed, because it's one thing to say all the BMPs associated with cap are going to be applied to this one. Well, a bunch of the BMPs that are associated with Box Elder cap are not very definitive, right? And so that was unclear as far as exactly what the operator was proposing to. The CDPHE BMPs that were recommended, certainly some of them are ones that we often see from CDPHE in applications. Some of them had different language in there, like to the best of their ability. I'll still share my opinion that that's a really difficult BMP to see incorporated into a Form 2A. And so the way that I reviewed this application was I reviewed it based on what I finally understood was being proposed by this operator from an equipment standpoint. Now, there's also other elements of the plans that I review as well, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm only concerned about what equipment is being utilized, because I'm certainly not. But these are the ones that always seem to be the most confusing in applications, because the other elements seem to be more clear in application. And so now we've got an application here that's proposing tier 2 natural gas engines with battery assist as the drilling rig. We've got tier 4 completions engines being utilized, and we've got group 3 drilling muds. We've got oil and gas pipeline takeaway. We've got produced water being trucked. And so that's how I'm reviewing this, because that to me is that's what's certain. And also electrification of the facility. I also want to know that we're abandoning one already approved location to shift it to consolidate it onto an existing location. And it sounds like, based on testimony from Mr. Moore from the city of Aurora, that another location is being contemplated to be abandoned. That's not included in this application. It's not included anywhere that I've seen in the application, so I'm not contemplating that as a part of this application. And so that would be an agreement with City of Aurora, as it's not being proposed in this application as an offsetting impact. And so in evaluating this, understanding the siting of it, understanding it's a co-located facility, understanding the surface owner has contemplated this, the local government has approved this. There's no clear sensitive receptors associated with this particular location. It's well outside of 2,000 feet of any potential RVUs, schools, childcare centers, or other sensitive receptors. I do think that the BMPs that are being proposed are appropriate. The equipment that's being proposed is appropriate, and even though it's not well laid out in the cumulative impacts plan, how it ultimately addresses, things that are associated with the Form 2B. Again, my experience with previous applications and my knowledge on the subject to date makes me understand that the technology and the equipment being proposed, is appropriate for this particular situation. And so I do find that this is an approvable location. I do think that the submittal, especially when you're proposing BMPs or agreeing to BMPs, like the best efforts, the submittal of an electrical connection application to the relevant utility would be a great piece of information to include, to understand, how you may be meeting the expectations associated with that. I do have to say that I had contemplated for a little while the need to request a stay in this application in order to be able to gather all the information for me to make a decision in one place in front of me, and instead of being kind of, some of it's in the presentation, some of it's in the application, some of it's in the director's recommendation, but it's all not particularly clear. But after taking the last 10 minutes to really think about it further, I think I can make a record that I'm comfortable with the different submittal requirements and the fact that testimony on the record, information provided in the presentation, combined with information provided in the application, along with expectations or along with testimony provided by the applicant to further clarify the application of these different concepts, makes me comfortable enough to recommend or to for me to vote in approval of this particular application. But I do want to know that having a bunch of different information come in the presentation that's different than that's in the application, that's different than the director's recommendation, and not having that clarity is difficult for me to comfortably be able to make these decisions. And so I think it may be more appropriate for us to consider if there's additional information that needs to be provided to give the applicant time to provide that information and make a decision on a later date. But I'm not suggesting it on this one, but I do want to just make that note. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the deliberative thoughts. Others? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Messner, for leading off there. I have to say I'm in agreement. I think that, to start off, I think Commissioner Messner is right. While this is different than what we talked about during the CAP application, I think the changes are not significant such that we have to revisit the CAP overall. As he indicated, I think that this is a preferred location. I know there was a lot of back and forth during the discussion about the idea of consolidating some of these sites, and so I, for one, am happy to see that consolidation, especially when it is something that is gone through the local government process and favorable to the local government as well. I agree. I think that this is an approvable application. I think that we're seeing efforts to try and electrify, but we are getting the electrified facility. We are getting the tier 3 mud. Or the group 3 mud. We are getting the tier 4 completions. We are getting the tier 2 with natural gas and battery assist. It's the kind of efforts we'd like to see, especially in the large operators that can more easily make some of these accommodations in the non-attainment zone. And on top of that, I think that it's also important to note that this is in an area where, as discussed, there's no RVUs within a mile. It is away from people, which makes it a good location in my mind as well. And I think it's also important to note that, as Ms. Jost indicated in responding to the questions, it's not something that was hidden or kind of snuck by. There was notification to 100, and I thought it was 147, but 149 interested parties about this as well. And so there has been a lot of opportunity to comment on this, and no comments were provided on that. So I'll keep it brief, but I do agree. I think this is an approvable application. There were some clarifications that I agree that I'm glad were made during the hearing today, and hopefully we can clean those up moving forward so we're all on the same page. But I think that this is absolutely an approvable application.
Further deliberative comments or a motion? Commissioner McGowan?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I had some concerns before this presentation, and I do appreciate the clarifications. I think it's actually a better proposal than what was approved as part of the CAP. So I'm glad that more discussions were had with the developer and with the city. And this is an approvable application. I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Commissioner Ackerman?
I'll just be very brief as well, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say that I appreciate the operator addressing my written previous questions on this application during their presentation today. And I very much appreciate Commissioner Messner's exploration of the somewhat complex land use and equipment aspects of this OGDP as it relates to the CAP. Wanted to make a note that we continue to encourage the development of CAPs. And to me, I understand that as we intend to encourage and incentivize CAPs, as stated a number of times within Rule 314, I believe some degree of consideration of minor flexibility of approved CAPs is warranted and desirable, as has been pointed out by my fellow commissioners. I honestly view this application as a very simple substitute site within the CAP, which, as Commissioner Messner noted, was contemplated early on and was preferred by the commission and is now acceptable to the city of Aurora. And so for the reasons articulated by the operator, several of which were reiterated in previous testimony, I also believe this application meets the requirements for approval.
Someone want to make a motion?
I will move, Mr. Chair, that we approve, although I'm drawing a blank on if there are additional notes that need to go into that motion.
That's when we've got AG Mercer showing up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Ackerman. The only addition that I have in my notes is a BMP with the applicant's commitment to use tier 2 dual fuel and tier 2 natural gas with battery assist for drilling engines. And I invite the applicant to correct me if I got that wrong. And it looks like Commissioner Cross has something else.
I believe we also talked about updating the 2B information.
Thank you. Yes, that one as well.
So, Mr. Chair, if that's well understood, I'll amend my motion to include those 2 points.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All right. Motion and a second. Ms. Jost, just wanted to recognize you. There's a couple of additional conditions of approval. I believe they're consistent with the testimony today, but just wanted to give you an opportunity to so say.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And we are absolutely with those.
Great. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thanks to the applicant, thanks to our staff for the good work here.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
With that, commissioners, we have concluded the business of today. Next week is the holiday, and we do not have a meeting. And I'm just
But tomorrow we do.
tomorrow we do. Yes. So we'll see you in the morning. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to hear from APCD. See you then.